Hello, everyone, and many thanks for joining today's stream. Traditional Sunday community chatter fundraising stream, as I call it, too. In case you liked my work during the whole week, well, it will be great support for this project if you will donate through PayPal, Boosty, or you can use for that purpose also super chat feature on Rumble. I'm streaming on both my channels on YouTube and Rumble. As always, I have prepared a news segment for you with the latest important news on some major developments. Although this is a community chat, so therefore, dear friends, I will be actively engaged with the community, of course. And in case you don't want to use neither super chat or PayPal or Boost to send your question, just use capital letter or capital letters in a chat or capital Q. That will let me know that this particular commentary is directed to me. So, and it will make easier to spot it in a chat while I will monitor that. So that's it, I guess, for an intro. Unfortunately, this week we did not have new members on Patreon, by the way, which is very unfortunate. One new member on join us on a Boosty, but one left. So therefore, it's still there. It's still 13 subscribers there on a Boosty. Sorry, but there was no new members on the Patreon. Unfortunately, maybe during the stream, some of you will consider to support my work there. I'm gonna drop a link to Patreon in the chat right now, in both chats, by the way, on YouTube and Rumble. And you can click there, page will open, and you can choose your level of monthly support. It's a monthly subscription, of course. There is also option there, free subscription, but free subscription don't really grants access to any of the videos, and also does not help the project itself. So I dropped links, should be visible by now. And by the way, I'm gonna drop also in the YouTube a link to my Rumble, in case you can go there if you are watching on YouTube. In case you can go there and use our super chat or become a premium subscriber there. Anyways, might be useful. Okay, that's been said, dear friends. Let's go through some news now. And I'm going to start with the latest update of Russian Defense Ministry about work of air defenses past night. And it was a massive attack on the Russian Federation. Of course, many members of community and world actually is very focused on Middle Eastern stuff, and we will get there in a few minutes. But I'm going to start with their special military operation and this proxy war that West is waging against Russia. Past night, according to Defense Ministry's latest update, 203 drones were intercepted that were launched by NATO and NATO proxy Kiev regime. Drones were intercepted in direction of Belgorod, Bryansk, Volgograd, Voronezh, Kaluga, Kursk, Leningrad, Novgorod, Oryol, Penza, Pskov, Rostov, Samara, Saratov, Smolensk, 12 Tula regions, the Moscow region, Krasnodar Krai, and the Republic of Crimea. Number of drones were intercepted over the Black Sea too. Vast geography. You can see there vast geography of these attacks on practically entire European part of the Russian Federation is being targeted by NATO. And well, unfortunately, in some directions, some of the drones did manage to bypass air defense systems and cause significant damage to residential areas, to industrial areas. Tolyatti was targeted, for example, and there were reports about industrial infrastructure being hit there. Also, in Leningrad region, there was yet another wave of attacks. 31 drones were intercepted over the Leningrad region, but unfortunately, it looks like some did manage to bypass air defenses. And Ust-Luga, fucking hell, man. Ust-Luga port was struck again, and there was a fire there, which is unfortunate. But whole week, NATO was actively targeting Leningrad region among other directions, and unfortunately, damage was done significant. There was also casualties, and I was reporting during the whole week about this attack. In case you missed my live streams and want to have access to the videos, after the live streams, with exception of weekends, by the way, on the work days, once live streams are finished, original links are published on my Patreon and Boosty, and that's how you can access to full shows. Otherwise, shows are not visible on YouTube and Rumble, and I'm publishing full videos too on Patreon and Boosty in case you prefer to watch there. So I was reporting about these attacks on Leningrad region. There was significant damage, casualties, and throughout these Baltic Chihuahua states, Lithuania, Nazi Chihuahua states, let's say, throughout the week there was a report about drones crashing on Latvian territory, Lithuanian territory, Estonian territory, and today we have reports that two drones, although Finnish media is not specifying, or the Swedish authorities are not specifying drones from where and to whom those drones were belonging, but reports are that two drones crashed on the Finnish territory, and Finland is bordering with the Leningrad region, right? So yes, YLE media outlet in Finland reported that there was a violation of the Finnish airspace. Two drones fell near Kouvola settlement area, right? Finnish Air Force deployed an FA-18 Hornet fighter jets to identify their targets. Maybe they intercepted those drones, or maybe drones crashed on their own. But take a look at the map, dear friends. Every time there is a drone attacks on the northern Russian regions, I always say it's a direct strike of NATO, as it is the case usually with these long-range strikes. And the NATO territory is used to attack Leningrad region. At this point, I don't think anybody in this freaking world with more than two working brain cells has any doubts that NATO territory, NATO airspace is used for these attacks. And that's why with the activization of attacks on Leningrad region, more and more incidents are happening with this formerly Ukrainian, in reality NATO drones that are failing on a NATO territory, usually due to malfunction, right? Due to malfunction. Rumors are that one of the ways how these drones are launched formally, they are launching, the NATO terrorists are launching these drones from Kiev control territory. Drones are entering Polish territory, NATO country, then Lithuania through Suwalki Gap, NATO territory, then Latvia, NATO territory, then Estonia, NATO territory, and then entering Leningrad region, or entering the Finnish territory, and then from Finland entering the Russian airspace, right? But and this is doable. This is a plausible scenario for sure. But I think actually NATO territories are also used for a launch, as a launch point of these drones. Russian security services, Russian militaries, Russian political leadership knows perfectly well that NATO countries are absolutely directly involved in these attacks on Russia. And it is anybody's guess when Moscow will finally greenlight Russian security services, Russian militaries to strike back on these NATO countries that are involved in the mass killing of the Russian citizens and mass destruction of Russian civilian and military infrastructure. Last time I checked, we were not openly in a war with NATO, but NATO is openly, basically, without declaration of the war, killing Russian citizens, targeting Russia, and it makes all the freaking sense to strike back and strike back hard. So hard and in such a scale that the Western ruling class, globalists, and their freaking puppet regimes all over the Europe will be terrified. Terrified. That's what we have to do to these freaking animals, man, that are in charge of the collective West, right? We either have to execute them all, eliminate as an existential threat for humanity, and they are existential threat to humanity. We either have to execute them, or we have to terrify them so much so that they would afraid to even look at the Russian direction. But for whatever reason, we are not doing this as of now, and continue to exercise restraint policy, and while doing so, we are inviting upon us more and more attacks, more and more tragedies, because people are dying as a result of these NATO attacks, NATO hostility. And the Russian militaries, by the way, despite their hands being tied behind their backs, the Russian militaries, Russian security services, doing whatever is possible in such circumstances to advance and to secure Russian people, Russian interests as much as possible. And on daily basis, we are receiving reports about this progress, either in terms of neutralizing NATO and NATO proxy regimes' assets on Russian territory, preventing terrorist attacks, either in regards to special military operation, where more and more settlements, more and more people are liberated from those fascists, right? And we have this report that Russian armed forces liberated Brusovka settlement in the DPR, and this is a big deal, by the way. This is a big deal because if you take a look at the map, well, after liberation of Brusovka, and that's where this settlement is, in middle of this massive forestry area. Well, after liberation of this settlement, Liman, one of the last strongholds of the Kiev regime in the DPR, is basically in operational encirclement. I was predicting that it's only a matter of time, and Liman will end up in operational encirclement. And yet again, if this is correct report, and Brusovka is under Russian control, then, take a look at the terrain. It's not going to be easy for Kiev regimes and NATO garrisons in Liman to receive reinforcements and supplies of anything, right? So I would say this is a significant progress of the Russian armed forces in Slavyansk-Kramatorsk direction. And from Brusovka, Slavyansk itself is only 2 settlements away. Only 2 settlements away, by the way. One is being Raigorodok, this one here, and another right on the outskirts of Slavyansk, Seleznyovka, right? Probably Seleznyovka can be counted as a part of Slavyansk itself. So Russian troops are getting closer and closer to this last major fortified area that Kiev regime and NATO has in DPR, in the most northern western corner of the DPR that they still control. Overall, by the way, the Donetsk People's Republic is 80-85% liberated, and only like 10-12% are approximately still controlled by the regime. And as time goes by, as yet again, by the way, despite hands of Russian militaries and security services being tied behind their backs, Russian military is on daily basis advancing and shortening the distance between their current positions and their border of their DPR, of course. That's been said, let's continue with some other news. And I guess at this point that Washington, either for yet another deception operation, or maybe because of some sort of frustration with their globalists and mostly nowadays globalist control Kiev regime, is getting frustrated. But whatever there is a case there, Trump, U.S. president, and then Marco Rubio expressed their unhappiness, to say the least, with Zelensky and his associates. And I'm going to give you some statements of Rubio on the matter. Washington looks like he's not happy with lies of Zelensky, which is quite interesting, isn't it? When Zelensky was saying the truth, I mean, when? Can you remind me? But I don't know, for whatever reason, Washington only now noticed that, Zelensky is freaking lying. Oh, seriously? Oh, you just wake up, right? Anyways, I think this sort of escalation between Washington and the Kiev regime is not really to be taken seriously. In reality, I guess this partial escalation is more related with their developments in the Middle East and frustration of U.S. administration with their European NATO member states. And I think they genuinely are frustrated because they only have a portion of information. They are acting under the orders of globalists, Zionists, and neocons, right? And they only have a certain portion of information that globalists find necessary to give them, right? And because of the lack of understanding of what's going on, even though they actually acted on these orders and launched the war against Iran, they are frustrated now that NATO countries, European NATO countries, are not helping them on the ground, at least in large scale, right? And I think this row between Washington and the Kyiv regime is more like a row between continuation of the row between Washington and the European capitals, actually, right? Because one have to be total idiot, right? To say that, well, Zelensky is lying now and pretend like he was not lying a week ago, months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. What the hell are we doing here? But nevertheless, Rubio was asked about it, and yeah, he went to criticize sort of Zelensky. Let me give you a video of that, by the way. But yet again, should not be taken seriously, by the way. How anybody in the US administration can be taken seriously, man, honestly. Or in European administrations, right? These are all puppets that are controlled in special groups of interests, globalists, Zionists, neocons, you name it, right? And whatever allies they have. But Trump or Rubio, or this Hexeter creature, and all the others, they're not really decision makers, man. They just act on orders and pretend to be important. That's all they do, really. But let me give you a video of Rubio.
Tell Zelensky that security guarantees depend on withdrawal from Donbass.
That's a lie. And I saw him say that, and it's unfortunate he would say that because he knows that's not true, and that's not what he was told. What he was told is the obvious. Security guarantees are not going to kick in until there's an end to a war, because otherwise you're getting yourself involved in the war. Okay, what is the security guarantee? It is troops that are willing to step in and secure. If you put that in place now, that means you're injecting yourself in the war. What he was told very clearly, and he should have understood it, is that the security guarantees come only after there is an end to the war. But that was not attached to unless he gives up territory. I don't know why he says these things. They're just not true.
What is the U.S. position on Donbass?
We've told the Ukrainian side what the Russians are insisting on. We're not advocating for it. We've explained it to them. It's their choice to make. It's not for us to make for them. We've never told them they have to take it or leave it. The role we have played is to try to figure out what both sides want and see if we can bridge the middle ground. The decision ultimately is up to Ukraine. If they don't want to make certain decisions or certain concessions, then the war keeps going.
So in reality, Rubio is talking to, I guess, globalist puppet regimes in Europe, because he knows, I know, everybody knows, Zelensky himself is freaking nobody, right? Just nothing, empty place, empty space, freaking mediocre actor that acts for far too long now, right? Everybody is freaking sick and tired of that freaking nobody. In reality, Rubio is talking about globalists and globalist-controlled regimes. So that's with whom they are frustrated. I mean, U.S. Administration and maybe some groups of special interest in U.S. that are backing them up, right? Trump and all the others. That's all it is, really. So I would not pay much attention to this sort of tiny escalation between Washington and Kyiv. Nowadays, even Trump reposted some link of an article which says in one of the Western media that says Zelensky's regime was financing or planning to finance Biden or something like that, which is also, is anybody surprised? Zelensky was actually kind of agitating for Biden. You remember during the elections, he went to US, right? And his actions in one of the facilities of military industrial complex was seen by many as a direct support of Biden's and Kamala Harris's campaign or something, right? It's a quite a long time since then, but nevertheless, nothing surprising there that different groups of interests, including globalists through Kyiv regime, were trying to finance or support Democratic nominees. Okay. But yet again, just something to pay little attention, but not too much. Frustration between U.S. administration and the globalist control regimes in Europe will only increase until either some false flag operation will happen, right? Somewhere in Europe or in any other direction that will allow globalists to trigger Article 5 of NATO and push all the European countries into that war that they launch in the Middle East. Or, they will come up with some other justifications after which they will go full in to this war, NATO countries too. Until then, we're going to hear more and more complaints and cries from the Washington in regards to European elites, in regards to NATO and so on, but none of it to be taken seriously, really. Anyways, let's continue with some other news. And Zelensky, meanwhile, or let's say globalists through Zelensky, once again exercising the idea of this Western-backed terrorist regime in Kiev becoming a nuclear-armed regime. I predicted that this would happen, by the way. I predicted that this was a plan of the globalists, right? I spoke about it in many my programs, and as time goes by, we have more and more indicators that my reading of the big picture was correct, and they clearly are working on a scenario which includes transformation of this terrorist regime, fascist regime, into a nuclear-armed regime. And Zelensky is just a freaking talking head, isn't it? He is highlighting topics that he was told to highlight, told by his globalist masters, right? So security guarantees for Ukraine should include the transfer of nuclear weapons, says Vladimir Zelensky. What security guarantees should Ukraine have? NATO, nuclear weapons? Then we need to be told, we'll give you NATO and we'll give you nuclear weapons. Strana UA, Ukrainian propaganda outlet, quoted him as saying, and this is not the first time, dear friends, that this topic of transformation of a regime in some ways or shape or form into a nuclear armed regime was exercised by Western propaganda outlets, Western public figures, politicians, and of course they are using their puppets in Kiev also to constantly keep this topic at surface, right? Because yet again, they are working on different scenarios. And one of those scenarios, I'm 100% convinced, by the way, includes transformation of this terrorist regime into a nuclear armed regime. Even conversation about the matter is attempt, of course, to blackmail Moscow. We all understand this, isn't it? And topic is extremely dangerous. And longer we continue to exercise restraint, longer we continue to tolerate acts of war and war crimes that European NATO member states and NATO member states in general are committing against Russia, we will face more and more or higher and higher risk that one day we might actually wake up to the reality when the regime will publicly say that, well, they mastered the nuclear weapons and they have now 3, 5 nuclear bombs, 10 nuclear bombs or 15, right? And what you're going to do then if we will just wake up to such a reality? What we're going to do at that point? It's a question, isn't it? And even Russian security services, by the way, even Russian security services reported about certain work that was done in the West by Western secret services, certain groups of Western elites to prepare the ground for this transformation of the Kiev regime into a nuclear armed regime. And I was reporting about this stuff always, right? So not to be taken lightly, by the way. This is a topic that definitely deserves all the attention that there is. We don't really want to wake up to such a reality when these terrorists and fascists will say they have 10, 15 nukes now. Low yield maybe or some, but who cares, man? Even low yield nuclear weapon means it's a 5, 10 kiloton bomb that can literally erase from the face of the earth a medium-sized city completely and kill hundreds of thousands of people in instant. So this is serious stuff. Very serious stuff. Meanwhile, globalist puppet regimes all over the West continue to pour more and more money, more and more weapons into a prolongation of this proxy war that they are waging against Russia. And we have yet another news about this, that UK will allocate an additional £100 million, 130 million euros to strengthen Kyiv regime's air defense systems, in addition to previously announced aid. Additional supplies include 1,200 LMM Martlet missiles and 200,000 artillery rounds, artillery shells. And UK is not alone, by the way. All these NATO terrorist entities are doing whatever they can to send as much money, as much weapons as they possibly can to prolong this war, and will continue to do so, either until we will smack their freaking faces, right, and bring them to their senses, or until there will be no one left on the Kyiv controlled territory to freaking mobilize and send to the front line to use these weapons. That's their situation. And when it comes to manpower issue that Kyiv regime is facing, well, I think they still can forcefully mobilize there at least another million people or something. So technically speaking, globalists have all the reasons to believe that they might prolong this. They might be able to prolong this proxy war for another, maybe even couple of years. And in this direction, by the way, media outlets all over Russia are reporting that Kyiv regime is preparing to begin mobilizing women too. Ukrainian authorities are preparing to mobilize women, Russian security forces told the TASS news agency. Ukraine, and then quote here from the statement, Ukrainian side is preparing to mobilize their female population, and their appearance of a public service announcements with the similar appeal, a call to participate in the defense of Ukraine, is direct confirmation of this. And truly, by the way, all over the Kyiv controlled territory, there is banners now everywhere that calls for women to enter the service, and that's their first step, I guess, before they will begin forcefully mobilize women too, right? Because yet again, Zelensky and his criminal associates, they don't care how many people will die. They're not sending their sons, their daughters into trenches. They don't. And Zelensky was asked directly why he is not sending his son to the front line, and he spoke for a few minutes, by the way, about anything but not their question itself. They don't care, man. They literally don't care. They will sacrifice literally everybody on the Kyiv controlled territory. How many people are left there? 18 million, 17 million, 20 million. Zelensky will sacrifice literally everybody. And globalists and globalist controlled regimes all over Europe or the West will do the same. They will happily sacrifice everybody on the Kyiv controlled territory, and no one has any doubts about it, right? It is what it is. So soon, well, forceful mobilization of the women to be gone on the Kyiv controlled territory, which is insane, but that's the reality of the modern days. And well, before I continue with the topic of Middle East, by the way, before I continue with the topic of Middle East, let me check Rumble. There is no super chats, nothing there. Let me also check Boosty. It's a community chat, so therefore I think it's only makes appropriate if whenever there is any question or the comment to support platforms, I would react on it. And it is at least formally, by the way, at least formally fundraising stream. So, you know, okay. I'm gonna check simultaneously Patreon too, by the way. Maybe some members of the community will decide to subscribe right during the stream. No updates for now, but every now and then I will check. So okay. Now let's continue with the Middle Eastern stuff, right? Anna also did not drop any screenshots from PayPal, so therefore nothing to comment yet. Let's go through some Middle Eastern developments, by the way. And the Pentagon claimed that they conducted 11,000 strikes against Iran already, and I guess Israel conducted also at least 5, 6, 7,000 strikes. So you can imagine a level of destruction that these two terrorist entities or terrorist and genocidal alliance has done in past month. It's already a month, believe it or not, but month has actually passed. And in Tehran alone, damage is colossal. Mayor of Tehran shared some information with the public, and in the capital of Iran, more than 28,000 homes being damaged there, more than 1,400 families currently are housed in hotels, and I guess by now this number has already also increased significantly, and well, volunteers are doing whatever they can, not just administration of the city, but there is thousands of volunteers that are trying to help the people as much as they can, and volunteers are in place. But numbers, by the way, more than 28,000 homes of the people were destroyed. Remember what I was saying before this war even started, that globalist control regimes all over the West and their allies, Zionists and neocons, they want to cut off Middle East from global economy. And to do so, they will try to destroy literally everything they can in Iran to make life total misery and force people to fight each other for the survival. They were absolutely intentionally giving the task to their puppet regimes, US, Israel in this case, to commit crimes against humanity and create humanitarian disaster in Iran on such a scale that out of survival instinct, people would start fighting each other in Iran. And that will, of course, create widespread violence on ethnic and sectarian lines. That was the intent of the globalists. It is still intent, by the way, of the globalists, Zionists, and their neocons. And they were hoping to spread this instability and violence on ethnic and sectarian lines throughout the region. And in order to achieve this task, they have to, as I said, they would have to bomb literally everything in Iran, everything. And that's what they do. They destroyed 28,000 homes of the people, more than 28,000 homes of the people, right? They destroyed numerous hospitals, numerous schools. There were strikes on the water supplies. There were strikes on even sewage system. There are strikes on economical, industrial facilities, right? They are trying to destroy Iran as a state. They want to raise any infrastructure that supports more or less a decent level of the life of the people. And we should keep in mind that summer is coming, by the way. What these terrorists are doing, American and their Israeli terrorists, they are preparing ground for massive epidemics that might take over Iran by summer, and while destroying energy infrastructure, water supply, and the sewage system. You think what's gonna come after that destruction? Widespread diseases, right? They are weaponizing basically viruses. It's a biological warfare tool that these terrorist entities, US and Israel, are engaged. Unfortunately, almost nobody is talking about this. But this is a biological warfare tool that is happening against Iran. And of course, in order to engulf entire region into this sectarian and on ethnic violence, they will have to trigger Gulf monarchies and some proxies that they have in and out of Iran to get engaged. And unfortunately, they are getting closer and closer and closer to actually succeed in that. I will get to that point in a minute. But that's what is happening, man. That's what is happening there. And unfortunately, at least partially, globalists and the neocons and their Zionist allies actually managed to at least partially succeed in their task, because Middle East is cut off from the global economy big time. Not completely yet, because certain volume of oil is still moving out, and some other goods, right? But it's far away from that 18-20 million barrels of oil, for example, a day that was passing through Strait of Hormuz. And the longer this war continues, of course, globalists and their allies will have more and more chances to destroy energy infrastructure throughout the region, so much so that they will completely cut off this region from the rest of the world for many, many years to come. And well, they are not hiding their intent that they launched this war for a long time, by the way. They launched this instability for a long time. Even though Trump's administration every other day makes some different statements, how long this war gonna last and what is their purpose and task. And this chaos from Washington is coming because these puppets, Trump, Rubio, Hexet, and the rest of the garbage, by the way, they themselves don't know why they entered this war. They only know little, like 1% of the overall information, and they are just too freaking stupid to understand what the hell is going on. They are just too freaking stupid, man. Are literal morons, uneducated freaking morons, man. All of them, right? And I actually believe that their frustration and their is genuine, and when they say today one thing, tomorrow another, that's also sort of genuine, because they have no freaking idea why they are in this war. Neither Trump, neither Rubio, neither Hexet, neither Vance, no one from them knows, man, what is the actual purpose, why they've been drawn into that direction. But globalists know perfectly well, neocons know perfectly well, and their Zionist allies. They are destabilizing this region for years to come. This is not going to end in another week or two. This instability in the region will stay for many, many years. And the globalists and their allies will keep this region cut off from the global economy for a very long time, as long as it takes to force China to increase its dependence in terms of energy security on Russia up to absolutely critical level. And process has already started. In my previous updates, I shared with you information that in first couple of months already, and we knew this war was coming, right? And Chinese also knew about it. Obviously, they are monitoring situation. They have intelligence after all, right? So they had the knowledge, right? If we were analyzing the situation, they had their information firsthand. They knew that US will launch this war, right? Together with Israel. I have no doubts, by the way, that they knew for sure, because Chinese intelligence services, I think, are one of the most capable, because they have every resources they need. And what they did, they began increasing energy imports from Russia, and already increased it more than 40%, which is a big deal, by the way. This is a big deal, and I don't want China to be dependent on Russian energy. As longer this crisis continues in the Middle East, of course, China will have no option but to further increase imports of energy from Russia, which will make it even more dependent on Russia, right? And this is a trouble, man. That's what Western ruling class wants, actually. I explained this many times before. I invite anybody and everybody to challenge me on this, on my reading of the big picture, right? With logical arguments, with factual information that we know, and let's connect the dots, right? That's all it takes, really, to see what's going on. So this war is for a long time. And well, U.S. ground forces have arrived in the Middle East, right? They were there anyways, but additional U.S. forces beginning to arrive there. And for example, we have this report that U.S. Navy landing ship Tripoli, I spoke about Tripoli many times, has arrived in the Middle East. U.S. Central Command reported the America-class amphibious assault ship is the flagship of the combat-ready amphibious group Tripoli, part of 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, which includes approximately 3,500 sailors and Marines, as well as a transport and strike fighter aircraft, airborne assault, and their tactical assets. This was stated by Pentagon on their official page. In mid-March, the Wall Street Journal, citing U.S. officials, reported that the Japan-based USS Tripoli and the Marines on board were heading to the Middle East aimed escalation tensions in the region. And of course, these numbers might look small, like 3,500 sailors and the Marines. From this number, by the way, actual Marines that might conduct landing operation, storm operation, number of Marines is about battalion, 400 to 600 people. The rest is actual sailors, by the way, and logistical stuff and this and that, right? Assistance stuff. Actual battle, somewhat battle-ready assaulter troops are around battalion, right? No more than that. So numbers are small, relatively, as of now. But first of all, we are receiving reports about at least 4 divisions being involved now in redeployment towards the Middle East. 4 divisions out of 10, I believe, that US has on a kind of standby or something, right? And 4 divisions, that's a 40,000 plus military personnel. Each division is like at least 10, 12,000, right? And this is just the beginning. And we already have reports that, Pentagon, US has announced the Pentagon's plans for a multi-week ground mission in Iran. They are already talking about it directly, that they're going to be ground operations. We were predicting that this would happen before. Now it's factual. That's what they're going to do, obviously, right? So Pentagon is preparing for a multi-week ground operation in Iran. Officials have said any potential ground operation would not be a full-scale invasion. Instead, it would involve raids conducted jointly by Special Operations Forces and conventional infantry units. Their article in Washington Post says, which is freaking nonsense, BS, by the way. They're gonna special operations being conducted anyways. I'm quite sure, by the way, there are quite a number of units of the special forces of US, possibly UK, Israel, that are operating on the ground. US is sending these thousands and thousands of troops to keep this region in a war for a long time. To keep this region unstable for a long time, because as long as there is a military operations, by the way, as long as there is any freaking military operations there, Strait of Hormuz is quite effectively closed. Navigation through Persian Gulf is closed, and longer this conflict continues, there is a higher and higher chances that Red Sea will quite effectively be shut down through, especially if you keep in mind that Houthis already make it clear publicly that they are entering this confrontation, and they already launched a couple of waves of drones and missiles, I believe, in the direction of Israel. So Houthis are into this war too, and therefore there is a high probability that the Red Sea will be soon cut off. This Bab al-Mandeb Strait that connects Red Sea with the Arabian Gulf is going to be shut or become difficult to navigate, right? Unsafe to navigate. So, so that's what is going on. That's what is going on, right? And where I was, man? Yeah, I was here. And we have these reports that Pentagon plans targeted raids in Iran instead of full-scale invasion. Yet again, some false narratives to basically keep situation calm inside the US itself, because this war is extremely unpopular, especially among adequate people, I will say, more or less adequate people. I know there are some war hawks in US that support any war, basically, because I don't know, man. They've been brainwashed so much, I guess, that they just literally support any war that US is engaged in. You don't even have to ask why. They just, because why not? Bloodthirsty elements, zombified elements. But there are many people, by the way, among Republicans, or among neutrals, among supporters of the Democrats, and this is a majority that is absolutely against this war. But they're going to be ignored. They're going to be ignored there, of course. Yet again, we're going to see deployment of tens of thousands of troops, potentially hundreds of thousands of troops, but tens of thousands will do. Tens of thousands will do, because as long as I said, man, as long as there is instability in the region, as long as there is a war in the region, globalists will keep major waterways shut down, right? And as long as region is cut off from the global economy, they are okay. They are okay. And as I said in our previous updates, how many years US was in Afghanistan? 20 years? 2 freaking decades, right? So another 3 to 5 years at least of new war in the Middle East, not gonna create any revolutionary situation in US, by the way. Maybe people are against this war. Okay, who gives a damn? Who gives a damn, man? When it was last time when US political class actually cared about opinions of the people? They might pretend that they care, but when they actually implemented policies based on their demands of the people, when it was last time? Never? Okay. So it's for a long time, but anybody that says, well, this war might end in 2 weeks' time, or 3 weeks' time, or 1 month's time, or 2 months' time, has no freaking idea what's going on, has a very poor reading of the big picture. Instability in the Middle East is for years to come. At least 3 to 5 years, by the way. At least 3 to 5 years, just mark my word, man. Only way this might be stopped is if either Russia or China, one of them, or maybe both of them, will make a strong stand and will push situation towards the nuclear standoff. That's the only way we can deter globalists, neocons, and their Zionist allies from further escalation. And even then, if Moscow and Beijing had a communication, if both are realizing that they cannot afford, and we truly cannot afford Western ruling class to succeed in this plan to cut off this region from their global economy, if these two capitals come up with the idea that, you know what, let's make this stand, right? Let's send the freaking message to Western ruling class neocons that, well, that's it, man. We cannot tolerate further escalation, and we are ready to go for a nuclear standoff. I mean, maybe this will work. Maybe Western ruling class that is tremendously emboldened, by the way, with impunity with which they were committing crimes against everybody in this world, right? They are tremendously emboldened, absolutely out of touch with reality. They think they can do anything and everything, right? But nevertheless, maybe this nuclear standoff, if we will take such a stand, will force them to calm down a bit, right? To get in touch with reality again, or maybe not. Maybe they will say, both Moscow is bluffing, Beijing is bluffing. They're not gonna do shit, right? So let's carry on with our plans. Maybe that's what they're gonna say, and if so, then question will be, what next? What comes next, man? Should Moscow and Beijing actually go ahead and freaking nuke these motherfuckers? I mean, Western elites, by the way. We know where their boom bunkers are. We know where all of them are, right? All of them. Actual decision makers, by the way, from freaking Rothschilds or to you name it, right? We know British aristocracy. We know where they are, man. European aristocracy. These evil creatures. We know where they are. We can freaking kill them all, right? If we want to. And we should actually, right? I'm clearly for extermination of the Western ruling class because it's an existential threat for humanity. And this is true. This is 110 million% true, by the way. Western ruling class is an existential threat for humanity, and we have to neutralize this threat, we as a humanity. That's it, man. It's simple. But one thing is what I'm sure about, or you, dear friends, but second thing is what Moscow and Beijing gonna do. Will they take a stand? And if so, if it would not work, are they ready to actually nuke these motherfuckers, man, and kill them all? Elites of the West, man, I'm talking about. No one should think that I'm talking about nuking freaking innocent people. No, never. But and it's not necessarily have to be even nukes, by the way. There are other means, right? There are other means, less destructive but very effective, that can be used to, neutralize, eliminate the threat. All you have to do is like eliminate a couple of these actual decision makers, right? Few military bases, few industrial areas, just to make the point, right? British aristocracy should be exterminated as much as possible because they are the leading force among the globalists, right? And that will be enough, man. And we're not gonna hear from these animals anymore. Whoever will survive will know their place and will act accordingly. Yeah, I'm afraid neither Moscow neither Beijing are ready to go that far, right? Because they are just too freaking cautious, man. They're too freaking cautious, and that means this war in the Middle East will last for many, many years. If we don't stop globalists and neocons, they would not stop. So Middle East is in trouble for many, many years to come. 3 to 5 years at least, man, at least, right? And all the infrastructure going to be destroyed there. Not just in Iran, but throughout the region. All energy infrastructure, all vital infrastructure. It's gonna be hell on earth. That's what's gonna happen to Middle East, brother. And no one will even remember Strait of Hormuz and their Persian Gulf and their Bab el-Mandeb Strait or the Red Sea. No one would remember because even if all these waterways are freaking open, infrastructure will be eliminated completely. Energy infrastructure, other infrastructure, right? And there will be no goods, by the way, no aluminum, no gas, no oil, no nothing that can be exported from the region. That's how it is, man. I think so, and yet again, I invite anybody to challenge me, man, on any of my takes. So either we, Moscow and China, either together or one of us, are making a stand and pushing the situation towards, in order to deter globalists and the neocons and the Zionist allies. Either we are pushing towards the nuclear standoff, and if it works, worked. If not, we are moving step further and eliminating this existential threat for humanity that Western ruling class is. Or globalists not gonna stop, Western ruling class will not stop, and they will keep this region a hostage, Middle East hostage. They will push, and unfortunately, most likely will succeed in creating a regional scale war on ethnic and sectarian lines. They will keep there enough troops of the NATO countries to constantly pour fuel into this instability, right? And yeah, it will be that way for many, many years. And as of now, it seems like neither Moscow neither Beijing is in a hurry to take such a stand, man. Unfortunately, it is extremely dangerous. But yet again, man, maybe they read their big picture differently, and if so, they are mistaken. Anyways, some few more news. Meanwhile, on the ground, war continues, isn't it? And right now you can see on your screen the so-called AWACS plane, E3, by the way, unique planes that are only like dozen or two available in entire NATO. And U.S. Air Force's AWACS plane was eliminated with a direct strike by Iranians. You see what is left from the fuselage, by the way. And it's not just this AWACS plane, but also at least 3 KC-135 tankers were also destroyed in Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. You can see a screenshot right now, satellite imagery, in which I think more planes were actually destroyed, but at least 3 for sure turned into garbage. Immensely successful strike of Iranian forces. And of course, Western propaganda going to push now a narrative that, well, Russians help Iranians to strike successfully on US military assets. You know what? Good. If so. If true, by the way, I would be happy about it. I want revenge on US, man, badly. I want as many US military personnel and civilians too to be eliminated as we lost militaries and civilians because of the America. And you might say you are, like too aggressive. I don't give a fuck, man. They killed our people. I want their people to be killed too. Blood for blood, period. Right? That's how I see war. And it's a war, man. We are in a war. So during the war, you have to do some stuff that you have to do. In a peacetime, yeah, that's a whole different story. But in the war, man, I hope we will kill them freaking all, man. Right? All legit targets, at least. And when it comes to civilians, I want US people to feel the pain, man. I'm not going to lie. I want Americans to feel the pain as Russian people feel. Because until they will feel the pain, they will always be ignorant, and either completely ignorant and out of any activity, never do something really to oppose the criminal elites, or they will be in absolute support of all the crimes. Let's be real here, right? It's not about being cruel from my side. It's about reality. As long as US society feels no freaking pain, they would not give a damn, man. They would not give a damn how many Russian citizens being killed by Americans and with American involvement. And in case you are American, tell me, please, how many people you know in your country that feel sorry for Russian civilians, at least. How many people you actually know, honestly, man, that openly express how sorry they are that due to American involvement, so many Russian civilians were killed? Anyone? Do you know anyone that actually feels sorry or even thinks about crimes that were committed against Russian people by the US militaries, US intelligence, and with their assistance? No. And this situation wouldn't change, man. Until Americans will feel the freaking pain, they will continue to be this ignorant about pain of other people, pain that is bring up on them by the US, by their own country. So I don't take no freaking criticism that I'm being crude. No, I'm real, man. And this is a real talk. So fuck them all, man. Kill all US militaries. I would not drop single tear, right? I want revenge, man, on all the enemies of Russia. All of them, man. Fuck them all. Period. If anyone starts, messing around, we should be diplomatic and this and that, go fuck yourself. Enemy is enemy, man. Either you want to kill your enemy or just go kill yourself then, because you're not being honest and real. RIA Novosti is reporting that IRGC reported attacks on 2 US-linked aluminum plants as a retaliation because Israeli and American terrorists attacked Iranian industry facilities, including in aluminum production or iron production, basically, right? And they had every right to retaliate, and they did retaliate. Iranian forces attacked two aluminum smelters in the Middle East linked to U.S. military. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps service reported, well, Iranians are striking, man. Iranians are fighting as much as they can, and they are doing some significant damage to their enemies, and they are not messing around. They are not messing around. There were strikes all over the Middle East. There were strikes in Israel, obviously, too, including on industrial facilities. Iranian forces also struck, allegedly, U.S. Navy supporter vessel. Iranian military launched a missile attack on U.S. support ship in the Omani port of Salalah, located more than 1,000 kilometers from the Iran. Okay, by the way, maybe there were significant damage to U.S. military staff. That would be good, of course. Yet again, man, let's revenge for every single killed Russian citizen should be revenge, man. Blood for blood, absolutely. And some might say, "Wow, this is not really Christian or something." I have seen a couple of times such messages. Oh, you're not being really Christian now. Oh, seriously, when I die, I will answer for my sins, man. And there is no human being in this freaking world that can judge me. I don't give a fuck. When I die, I will go there. There will be judgment day or whatever, right? And I will answer to all my sins. And when it's a war, and we and US are in a war, by the way, undeclared war, and tens of thousands of Russian citizens died because of US. And because that happened, I want revenge. I'm in right to want to revenge, man, right? And it's not just US, UK, by the way, France, Germany, you name it, man. All the countries that were engaged in this proxy war and still are should be punished. And all the societies on those countries should feel the pain, societies too. Because unless they will feel the pain, they will continue to stay this freaking arrogant, ignorant, right? When they, acting like, what is there also something that characterizes the Western societies? They always want to act from like higher ground, as if they have some morality. You motherfuckers, your countries kill tens of millions of people and displace tens of millions of people in last freaking, I don't know, man, 3-4 decades alone. And you think you have any high ground compared to anybody in this world, really? Right now, US and the collective West is killing people, innocent people in Cuba. In Cuba, by the way, that is under blockade, strict blockade. Innocent people are dying, and what Americans are doing about it? Oh, they continue to talk in ways like if they have any high ground. What the fuck, man? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? It's a shame, man. Same goes for Europeans. And it's disgusting, man. It's freaking disgusting to see this freaking shit, man, day in, day out. When some motherfucker is talking about the rest of the world and tries to teach the rest of the world what is good and what is bad. You fucking genocidal maniac, shut the fuck up, right? Iran reported powerful strikes on US military shelters in Dubai. If true, by the way, that's a good deal here. In the past hours, and this is from 28th of March, yesterday's report, in the past hours, 2 shelters in Dubai were discovered and struck by missiles and precision drones fired by the brave IRGC Aerospace Forces fighters. More than 400 soldiers were hiding in their first US militaries, by the way, and over 100 in the second. They suffered severe damage. IRIB quoted IRGC spokesman Khatam whatever, spokesman of the RGC, right? So maybe dozens of, or at least dozens of US militaries were killed and wounded during the strike. Good, by the way, right? If true, yet again, I mean, fog of war, you never know, man. But hopefully this is true, man. Hopefully dozens and dozens, or maybe even hundreds of US militaries, these genocidal maniacs were killed. US terrorists, man. US militaries are terrorists and mass murderers. So let's keep it real, right? There are no innocent in US military. They all are guilty of crimes that are committed by their freaking country, this failing evil empire. And as a confirmation that they are freaking terrorists and the mass murderers, man, they target, among many civilian assets that they are bombing on daily basis in Iran, they also targeted Iran's university. Right now, you can see on your screen rubbles of Tehran's University of Science and Technology. I mean, what should I say, man? These are fucking animals, man. These rabid animals in US uniform, bombed, and Israeli uniform, by the way, bombed their university. So when I say there are no innocent among them, there are no innocent among them. Let's fucking kill them all, man. I don't give a fuck. Let's fucking kill them all, these motherfucking animals, man. Right? Bombing university? Seriously, but why should anybody be surprised in the very first day that they launch a war, these animals? They killed 165 up to 170 children. One of the first targets of theirs were school. So should anybody be surprised in regards to these crimes against humanity that these fucking animals are committing? No. I don't know, man. This is just too fucking bad, man. Just too fucking bad. Houthis declared direct military involvement there on Iranian side there, and they already launched a couple of waves there in direction of Israel. That's good stuff, man. Iranian people needs all their support that they can get, by the way. And I don't take no nonsense from anybody about, such a regime is in Iran and they are oppressing people. It's none of your fucking business, right? If you are not citizen of Iran, if you are not living in Iran, it's none of your fucking business what kind of regime they have, right? It's none of my fucking business. It's nobody's fucking business, right? So I don't take no nonsense from nobody, man, that Iran has this regime and that regime. Iran has a system that is being chosen by its own people, right? When these people that are descendants of all those, not descendants, they are continuation of one of the oldest civilizations in this world, right? Iranians, by the way. And somehow, these people that represent one of the oldest survived civilization will decide without our fucking involvement what kind of system they want, right? It's going to be a theocratic system, secular system, or maybe they will come up with something new. It's their business. It's none of our business, right? So let's, whenever you hear some bullshit from anybody that, well, I mean, I'm against the regime, but I mean, how are you against it? Who the fuck are you to talk about regime in Iran? Go fuck yourself, bitch, right? Take care of your regime in US or in freaking Israel or I don't know, UK. Take care of your freaking Epstein class first and then talk about others. How about that? Oh, I'm being told that I may be a bit emotional, but yeah, it's a Sunday, by the way. It's a Sunday stream, right? It's a community chat, so we can be little more casual than usual. So yeah, I don't take this bullshit about it's such a regime oppressing and what are you talking about? In UK, 12,000 people being arrested for faking posts in social media. And so I should now go and whine about British political system every day and like tell the British people what to do with their freaking regime there? I don't give a fuck, man. It's none of my business. I would love to see UK people in UK being free, right? And in charge of their own country, but it's their business, right? It's their business. In US, just recently, woman was killed, woman was shot in the face, right? Just because some fucking animal was thinking that he was in danger or something. And somehow these people from these entities, these quasi-states that are controlled by groups of special interests are going to talk about Iran, man. And what kind of political system they have. It's none of your fucking business. Just go fuck yourself, right? These people will somehow find, they survived until now, and they will continue to live another thousands of years, right? This civilization, and they never needed no freaking advices how to live from nobody, right? From nobody. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump is U.S. President was, I don't know, man. This is something is wrong with this freaking matrix, really, because very often nowadays we are seeing some situations that are created by Western so-called elites that it's hard to even believe that this is actually happening. Trump went to insult MBS of Saudi Arabia. Probably you already know what's up there, right? And I wonder if Riyadh will react in any way, shape, or form. Probably they wouldn't, because they are prostitutes of Anglo-Saxons, right, and Zionists, including MBS, right? But it is interesting that Trump actually put this prostitute into its place. That's interesting. That's interesting. U.S. President Trump has boosted that Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the country's de facto leader, is kissing his ass and must be nice to him. Okay, man. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. At least on a highest political level, a language that people use. I mean, yet again, MBS is a freaking prostitute of Anglo-Saxons and Zionists, right? But nevertheless, on highest political arena, language that politicians use probably should be a little more adequate, really. But yeah, that's the situation, When Anna told me about this, that Trump said this MBS is this and that, and I was thinking, seriously, what is the source? Because I mean, even though Trump is freaking crazy and does some crazy stuff and says crazy stuff, I was thinking, no, man, that's a bit too much, even for Trump. And then I saw a video. I can show you, actually, man. I think I have a video. Man. Give me a sec, dear friends. I mean, honestly, man, even though Trump does some crazy stuff, I could not believe that he used this language, man. He is not a blogger, by the way. He is a president of US. He should use a little bit different language. But let me show you either. I believe I had it. Yes, that's it, man. And he says actually that
this was going to happen. He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's got to be. But it was really something I.
And this is fucked up, man, on so many levels. Now presidents are talking to each other, or the leaders, formal leaders at least, right? Are talking in regards to each other like that. Okay, that's a whole new level of degeneration of political class. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. And in this particular case, I have no issue with Trump's language. I'm just saying that it's wrong, but nevertheless, at least he made it clear for everybody who those so-called royalties are in the Middle East, right? This need to be done. Maybe a little bit more diplomatically, but this was need to be done so that everyone knows that these Gulf so-called monarchs and their royal families are freaking prostitutes of their Anglo-Saxon aristocracy, that is, and their Zionists, man. Because it's factual. That's how it is, right? They've been created by Anglo-Saxon aristocracies. All these freaking monarchies, so-called monarchies, they all are existing because of the Anglo-Saxon aristocracies. So they're owned by them, right? Anyways, let's continue with some other news. And well, UAE, by the way, UAE. According to Tehran Times, seizes $530 billion worth of Iranian assets, revokes all residency permits, including golden visas, despite promises of 1990 residency. Fuck the residency of UAE, by the way, but seizing 530 billion worth of assets of Iran, that's quite something. This is one might argue this is declaration of war, at least indirectly, and I guess that's how Iran gonna see this stuff. And UAE is going this far because probably all these predictions, including from myself, that UAE gonna be first Gulf this quasi-monarchy that will enter the war against Iran on behalf of globalists, Zionists, and the neocons. Is going to be going to realize, right? That's what's gonna happen. UAE gonna be first one, and okay, man. They're gonna get smashed. None of their Gulf monarchies, I think, gonna survive this crisis. None of them, right? And at this point, I don't think it really matters. So will they enter the war directly, openly, or not? I don't think any of these Gulf monarchies will survive. Give it 3 to 5 years, and you would not recognize Middle East. It's gonna get, it's gonna be hell on earth, man. And these Gulf monarchies, they're all finished, all of them, including UAE, by the way. And that's how it is. Only way this can stop, only way, yet again, man, only way we can stop globalists, neocons and Zionists, or Western ruling class and the Zionist allies, is to go for a nuclear standoff. And even then, I'm not sure this will work, because these psychos are emboldened, man. They think they are gods on this planet, that they can do anything, and everyone else is just freaking nobody, right? That's their attitude. And even nuclear standoff might not work. And question is, if we go for a standoff, what should we do then, once globalists will continue destabilizing the region? Should we go for a strike or not? And I don't know, man. I know what I would do if I was in charge, but I am not, isn't it? And so what current leadership of China and Russia will do is anybody's guess, man. As of now, they are not even escalating towards the standoff itself. Neither Moscow, neither Beijing. And that means globalists will succeed in this Middle Eastern chapter of their long-term strategy, and they will cut off completely. Soon they will cut off Middle East completely from the global economy. It seems absolutely inevitable. And because it's extremely dangerous for Russia and China, my logic is that, if horrible end is better than an unending horror, right? And so let's go for a horrible end then. And that means let's strike those motherfuckers, man. Let's take them out. Globalists or neocons, whoever they are, man, right? I think if we neutralize globalists, or if we put globalists into their place, neocons will chill out a little bit, because war between Russia and the US, China and US, that's a extinction level event, right? That's something that you cannot avoid. Think about. So it is almost bordering with impossible to eliminate neocons, American ruling class, this neocon class, without direct full-scale nuclear exchange. But globalists can be neutralized. Globalists are European force. They can be neutralized, and if they are out of picture, then it will be a little more easy, by the way, to deal with their freaking neocons, I guess, right? But if we do nothing, then they will succeed in the Middle Eastern chapter. They're going to cut off this region from the rest of the world for many, many years to come. China will have no option but to increase its dependence on Russian energy up to a critical level. And, then all globalists and neocons going to do is, at that point, is to use their fifth columns to create tensions between Russia and China, and potentially even war. And if they're succeeding in that, well, they are getting rid of only competitors on a geopolitical scale, and they will never allow any other country to come even close to positions from which they will even think about challenging the Western dominance. That's how it is. Squadron of Russian warships from Pacific Fleet has entered the Jakarta. It's corvette Gromky and submarine Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky. Also tugboat escorting this small flotilla. Okay, whenever I hear news that Russian warships are somewhere in the global south, I automatically think, is it because we're gonna make a stand, or it's just something that was pre-planned a year ago? So I don't know. Maybe we actually are Russia are increasing concentration of our naval assets in a region, in the global south, around the Indian Ocean and in the ocean itself, to make stand. Maybe not. Maybe it's not related. I don't know. But yeah, Russian vessels are in Jakarta. Jakarta is, of course, capital of Indonesia, by the way. Also, a report that Trump wants to strip rights from NATO allies, spending under the 5% of GDP on defense, pushing a pay-to-pay model. Countries that don't, and this is reported by Telegraph, British propaganda outlet, countries that don't meet target could be frozen out of decisions on expansion, joint missions, and Article 5. Seriously? Currently, no NATO member spends 5% or more. So I know yet again, man, this row between Washington and NATO is fake stuff. I think it's a fake stuff. Trump might be actually frustrated, honestly, genuinely frustrated with NATO, but that's because he has no knowledge of the big picture. He only been briefed her on a scale that globalists and neocons find necessary, right, to make him sign up for decisions that they want. And Trump might be frustrated, but it's only a matter of time, man. It's only a matter of time, and this NATO country is going to join this war, man. They're going to join the war. What justification globalist control regimes will in Europe will create or will with what justifications they will come up with is anybody's guess. It might be false flag operation conducted by Israeli, U.S. or British secret services, maybe some other their allies, or there may be something else. Who knows what kind of freaking scenarios they are working on? But eventually, NATO country is going to join this war against Iran because, well, as I already reported, the U.S. alone conducted 11,000 strikes. I guess Israel conducted another 5, 6, 7,000, if not more. And Iran is standing and standing strong, man. Iran is retaliating literally every day. And the whole world is saying now that from military standpoint, from political standpoint, Iran is winning. Despite tremendous pain that Iranian people, Iranian society is facing, they are winning as of now. But in terms of in military terms and in political terms. But if you zoom out a bit and take in account whole region and big geopolitical picture, then it will become clear that actually globalists, neocons, and their Zionist allies are winning because their task is to keep this region cut off from the rest of the world, and they are succeeding in that. As of now, region is cut off only partially, but give them another month or two, and they will cut off entire region. They will cut off entire region completely, almost completely, right? So one might argue that globalists are the winners, right? Everyone else is losing. Globalists and neocons and Zionists winning, everyone else is losing. That would be more accurate assessment of the situation, I think, right? Patrick, thank you very much for your $20 donation through PayPal. Comment from Patrick is good morning from United States, sir. Excellent live stream. Keep up the good work. I stand with you, my friend. Stay safe. Thank you very much for kind words, sir, and generous support, Patrick. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Thank you. And let me check Boosty. On the Boosty, by the way, I see not Boosty, but on Rumble, Viper gifted their premium subscription to at least two members of our community. Thank you very much, Viper, for gifting premium subscription to members of our community. This is each such a gift that Viper did is a $5 donation to this project. So Viper already donated at least $10 to this project. Thank you very much, Viper. And let me highlight what I mean, dear friends. That's how it looks, right? That's how it is, man. So thank you very much, Viper, for your support. And yeah, let's continue. A couple of more news, and I'm gonna join chat, by the way, and let's have a talk conversation about anything really. Probably all of you are tired, isn't it? We all are those kind of people that want to know what the hell is going on, and all of us are reading the news, listening to different podcasts, writer, different experts, their opinions, studying their opinions. We are just that kind of people, that want to know, and therefore, I guess all of us are significantly frustrated with this craziness that is going on in this world, right? People that are ignoring completely what's happening in the world might say that they've been blessed, that they don't care, right? I don't know how that possible, that world is crashing before your eyes and you still don't care, don't pay no attention. I don't know how that works, but yeah, those people might argue that they've been blessed, that they don't care, man. Anyways, let's continue with some other news. And there are reports that Kaja Kallas and Marco Rubio, head of U.S. State Department, had some row during the recent meeting of their G7 foreign ministers of G7 countries. And according to reports, Marco Rubio even raised the voice on Kaja Kallas. Could be true. There were reports earlier that Rubio ignored requests to meet Kaja Kallas, or at least a couple of times during his visit to Europe. So EU Foreign Minister Kaja Kallas clashed with the Secretary of State Marco Rubio at the G7 ministerial meeting over the United States' role in the Ukraine peace process. Axios reports. Kajas criticized the US for not increasing pressure on Moscow. The article states, according to Portal, Rubio responded by threatening to withdraw Washington from their negotiating process. He also raised his voice. We are doing everything we can to end the conflict. If you think you can do better, go ahead, the Secretary of State said. As Axios reported, European ministers rushed to intervene, assuring their support for the White House mediation efforts. Okay, these two don't like each other, man. I don't think there is anybody who actually likes Callas because she's just too freaking stupid. I mean, Rubio is a moron, right? I mean, let's be real here. Rubio is a freaking moron. And compared to Kaja Kallas, that moron looks like a freaking genius. So you can imagine the level of Kaja Kallas then. I mean, it should be embarrassing for Europeans that their number one diplomat is this stupid element, right? Really stupid, man. I remember just recently she said that in past 100 years, Russia started a war against 19 countries or something like that, and Russia was not attacked. I mean, for God's sake, man, to say so, you have to be, I don't know, man. How are you going to say something like that? I mean, she is famous for making some crazy statements, yes, but to go that far, that Russia attacked 19 countries and Russia was not attacked in 100 years. Goodness me, man. Did she hear anything about Second World War? Did she hear that there was a Second World War even? I mean, nothing to be said about anything else, by the way, right? Nothing to be said about anything else. Did she ever hear anything about Second World War? And how many countries were attacking Soviet people, including Russian people? Many, unfortunately, level of education in this world is so miserable, but that many people don't know, man, that when Nazi Germany attacked Russia, together with Nazi German forces, armed units from dozens of European countries were attacking too. In case of Romania, Italy, Hungary, it was a freaking armies, right? Armies, regular armies of those countries that were sent. alongside Germans, right? Finland, by the way, was participating in a war and in a genocide of people in Leningrad, right, during the blockade. But dozens of other countries. When it comes to Leningrad blockade, maybe even Spaniards don't know that there was even a Spanish units, Spanish military formations that were participating in the blockade of Leningrad. What Spanish militaries lost in Leningrad area or on Soviet Russian territory? And there were units from all over the Europe, dozens of them. And this idiot that has no freaking knowledge about anything is saying that no country attacked Russia in 100 years. Goodness me, man. And I can go even when Russian Empire collapsed, right? It was not just the Second World War. When collective West, let's call it that, attacked Russia. And Soviet Russia is, by the way, of course, only successor, legit successor of Soviet Union that is acknowledged by whole world, and that's why Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council. And I remember one point when one of the members of our community commented, maybe that person was not a member of community, I don't know. But I saw a comment that Russia is not a legit successor or not being recognized as a successor, which is crazy to say, man. Right? But maybe in the Western, this kind of narrative also being pushed that Russia is not a successor. Then why Russia is a permanent member of the UN if world is not recognizing Russia as a successor? Why Russia paid back all the debt, all the loans that Soviet Union had? And it was Russia, by the way, that paid back all those loans, right? That Soviet Union had. No other republics, Russia did it. So this is not even topic for discussion, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you might read some comment that will, so yes, it was not just Soviet era and not just Great Patriotic War or Second World War, as world knows it, when dozens of countries attacked us alongside Nazi Germany. But let's remember era of revolution in early 20th century when civil war erupted. And Russian Empire was collapsing, civil war erupted. There was a war between Red Army and White Army, right? Society was split, country was split. Finland gained independence, by the way, without any fight whatsoever. Bolsheviks just granted Finland independence, as they created Ukraine also, right? Yeah, Bolsheviks were quite something. But anyways, during that civil war, you know how many countries were, militaries of how many countries were deployed on Russian territory? There was a British militaries, French militaries, US militaries even, by the way, Czech militaries. Just check, man. It's very serious stuff and interesting to know. It's good to know history, right? Many Americans maybe don't know that there were freaking US regular contingent on Russian territory that was supporting Denikin's forces, right? During that civil war. And Kaja Kallas, this stupid element, is saying that in 100 years, no one attacked Russia, and Russia just attacked some 19 countries for not reach 19 countries, man. You can make argument about, I don't know, 1 or 2 countries, sir, right? And even then, I will, there can be arguments of why military operation was conducted in regards to Afghanistan, for example, right? In regards to even Georgia in 2008. After all, Russian peacekeepers were targeted, by the way, under the orders of US administration. This psychopath Saakashvili, that was the president of Georgia, ordered militaries to open fire on Russian peacekeepers. And when dozens of Russian peacekeepers that were in South Ossetia under the UN mandate, when dozens of Russian peacekeepers were killed and wounded, of course, Moscow had to react, right? Medvedev was the president at the time, and he ordered militaries to take actions that they find necessary, and that period is known as a 5-day war now, 2008 5-day war, right? So some might make some arguments about one or two countries, but there are counter arguments too. Many people are ignoring that Soviet forces were actually invited in Afghanistan. Invited. We did not just broke the border and went in. No, man. Right? Our forces were invited. It's a different situation. But anyways, we should not go to Afghanistan. I think, right? We should not do this because we spent so much freaking assets, so much resources, so many people died, and for what, man? Many people in Afghanistan did not appreciate all these investments, right? And all this infrastructure that was built, and those many Afghans were easily brainwashed by CIA, MI6, and the rest, right? And they've been used as a weapon against Soviet Union. So we should not go into Afghanistan, man. That was that was a bad decision, obviously. But nevertheless, we were invited, correct? But whatever the case, man, to go public and say that Russia was not attacked, but Russia attacked others, it's insanity. So yes, man, compared to Kaja Kallas, even that moron Rubio looks like freaking genius, man. And let's continue with some other news. And in Lebanon, by the way, in Lebanon, Israel killed another group of journalists. Yesterday, many media outlets reported that Al Mayadin's journalist Fatima Fatouni, and along with her colleague Al-Manar, correspondent Ali Shuaib, were killed. And this morning, by the way, I saw reports that more journalists were killed and wounded by Israeli forces. And this is clearly intentional. You remember a couple of days ago, RT's crew barely survived, by the way, intentional Israeli striker. I showed the video, and the explosion occurred literally some 7 meters away from the crew, RT's crew, and it's clearly intentional crime against humanity that Israel is committing when targeting the journalists. And unfortunately, this fascist entity have not been brought to the justice yet on humanity and on this world, obviously, right? And there are going to be no freaking peace in the Middle East as long as this fascist entity either exists or is completely demilitarized and denazified. This is the only way towards their sustainable peace, man. Denazify this fascist entity that Israel is, man. Denazify and demilitarize. Period. There is no other path towards the peace, man. There is none. And those fascists, Israeli fascists, already killed more than 1,000 people, and there are more than 3,000 now wounded in Lebanon. Civilians, by the way, in Lebanon, right? Since in past 3-4 weeks alone, since the beginning of this yet another aggression against this country. It's crazy, man, that this fascist entity have not been demilitarized and denazified yet, but who's gonna do this? World elites are freaking corrupt. Mostly, I will argue, world elites are corrupt fucking animals, right? That are working for Zionists in many cases, right? So they're not gonna say single freaking word, or they're not gonna take no freaking action to demilitarize or denazify Israel, right? They're not, which is a shame, by the way, which is a shame. That clearly demonstrates how fucked up this world is. And I'm 100% convinced vast majority of the so-called elites in the world are corrupt fucking animals, man, right? Disgusting, despicable creatures throughout the world, vast majority. I can believe that here and there are some few percentage of decent human beings, right? I can believe in that. But vast majority is corrupt, despicable elements, and that's it, man. And that says quite a lot about humanity itself that allows this shit to happen. RT, what was this news here? Rubio went to talk about Cuba again. You know, Trump threatened Cuba, isn't it, directly, that next gonna be Cuba. Is not, I mean, he's not even pretending no more. I mean, sometimes it feels like he was under some medicine or something, because he just says some stuff that even for him is like a bit too much, even for him. But yeah, he went to threaten Cuba directly. You know, U.S. is terrorizing people in Cuba, starving people in Cuba, killing people in Cuba with their illegal sanctions and embargoes. And well, Marco Rubio also went to say that, yeah, they are after Cuba. They are calling for people to rebel against their own government. They are making people's life misery, and they are calling those people to rebel against the government, as if no one understands that in the first, this life of people wouldn't be that miserable, that difficult, if not their actions, criminal actions of the US and the collective West, right? And unfortunately, there is no one among so-called journalists in the US in this particular case to challenge these freaking creatures, right? Including Rubio. Why you are imposing illegal sanctions? Why you are making people's life miserable? This is a terrorism, by the way. When you're using terrorist or criminal methods to influence to implement your political agenda on in any way, shape, or form, anywhere, that's a pure definition of terrorism. When you're using cruelty, crime, pressure to force people to adopt your whatever political agenda you have. US is a state sponsor of terrorism. US is a terrorist state. US is a terrorist state by the definition of the terrorism, right? And nobody is challenging these criminals that are at least formally in charge of US to ask the question, to demand the answers. India approves purchase of Russian S-400 air defense systems among our new defense order worth $25 billion. Wow, that's quite a lot, isn't it? That's quite a lot. The Indian government on Friday approved the proposals to buy defense equipment worth $25 billion, including Russian-made S-400 air defense missile systems, various types of aircraft, and artillery systems as a part of a rapid military modernization drive. We can have, I can give you some details. An official statement from the ministry said their approvals include additional Russian S-400 Triumph system transport aircraft to replace their country's aging fleet of Soviet-era AN-32 and their IL-76 planes and the various artillery systems. Their procurement also cover armor, piercing tank munition, gun systems, and their aerial surveillance systems for their army, life extension upgrades for Su-30 fighter jets operated by their Air Force, and hovercraft for their Coast Guard. Their ministry said, good, man, good. What can I say, man? Russia and India are strategical partners. US and India are strategical partners. Russia and India are strategical partners. Iran, I'm getting too tired. Indian army uses significant volume of Soviet and Russian military equipment, and yeah, I mean, they are happy with weapons that they purchase, mostly, maybe not always, but mostly, and that's why they are, well, agreeing on this 25 billion purchase plan, which is a big deal. Unfortunately, there are no reports about India buying Russian Su-57. I wanted India to have 5th gen fighter jet, man, right? I know they are developing their own. They are working on their own 5th gen fighter jet, but I mean, they are quite far away from that, And some might argue, well, Russian Su-57 is not as stealth as US F-35 or US F-22 or even Chinese or J-20 or J-35. You know what? Maybe. But are you sure that US F-35 and F-22 are really that capable because of their stealth capabilities? Have you seen that video when Iranians smack the hell out of F-35 like that? Have you seen it? And it was done with a heat-seeking missile. Now we have more or less better knowledge of the situation. It was done with a heat-seeking missile. And when it comes to modern Russian aircrafts, one of the greatest features that they have is advanced heat-seeking tracking equipment on the planes. And for that equipment, it absolutely does not matter, is it a stealth plane or not a stealth plane. Russian equipment that is tracking heat, they can see anything. Literally, they can see just freaking anything, because as long as you are flying through atmosphere, you are generating heat. You're going to be spotted, right? Question is distance. How far Russian aircraft can track. And actual information is classified, of course, but I think it's a good enough distance. And also, there is advancements, by the way, in the radars themselves, right? And there are speculations that Russia is already adapting on the latest Russian fighter jets new radar system that can actually see and track and provide firing solution against stealth aircrafts. And also, I have spoken about it many times, but just to make it clear, stealth aircraft is a stealth or loosely visible for shortwave radars. For long-wave radars, those planes were never stealth, actually. Long-range radars, they don't give a fuck about their design characteristic. They can see anything, right? Long-range radars can track F-22s and F-35s like they can track F-15s, by the way. It's no difference for them. Absolutely no difference. And there is a significant progress in the miniaturization of these long-range radars, right? And once they are adapted on the planes, that's it, man. Game is over for stealth planes. And I always were thinking, my thinking was always that this stealth stuff is just temporary. It's just temporary freaking nonsense that sometimes engineers in aerospace industries do take. There is always like, if you track developments of their fighter aircraft, let's say, every now and then there is some strange turn when US come up with F-104, for example. Extremely fast plane for its time, but extremely unreliable. Shit, total shit, right? It killed more pilots. That F-104 killed more pilots, by the way, than any other plane, I believe, in US or any other fighter jet in US history. So, and then, I can mention a few other planes too. There were attempts to create planes that were be launched like missiles or planes that will take off vertically. This shit didn't really, I mean, vertical takeoff, yeah, it's still think, right? But it's a shit, right? It's complete garbage, by the way. Anyways, but engineers still using this nonsense, and the same goes for stealth, man. It's nonsense, right? It's a freaking nonsense. You cannot be seen with the long wave radars today. You're gonna be seen tomorrow, and you are investing. You are creating extremely complex, over-engineered weapon system that's gonna cost tremendous money, and eventually, in 5-10 years' time, our defense is gonna catch up with this technology and make you obsolete. So why you are spending that much? Therefore, I think Russian Su-57 is actually better plane than US F-35 and F-22, and Russian engineering approach is actually better approach, correct approach than Western one. Because yes, we do some stealth stuff, but we care more about more important stuff, which is heat seeking, thermal seeking stuff, right? To actually monitor the surrounding area, right? Because yet again, even bird generates certain heat while flying through atmosphere, right? Because of that friction. What about planes, man? They generate heat. Who gives a fuck? It's a stealth design or not. They still generate heat. They can be tracked and they're eliminated. And Iranians demonstrated literally like a week ago that this is true. I mean, they targeted successfully F-35, and even though pilot managed to bring the plane back to base, damage was serious. Pilot was wounded, and that F-35 is out of service forever. I think they're not going to spend another 100 million on repair. They will just purchase another one, new one, and use that one for some spare parts. I guess they will cannibalize on that F-35. Anyways, yeah, India, buy Su-57s, man. Don't miss out on that, And Russia will ban gasoline exports from April 1st, which is, I think, important news also, because, due to developments in the Middle East, of course, prices are going up and up and up, and world should get ready for high energy prices for many years to come. Literally, by the way, this price is not going to go down. Price is going to stay up over 100 for sure for many years to come, because yet again, if we are unable to deter Western ruling class from further escalation in the Middle East, and if they manage to keep this region cut off from the rest of the world, then of course, energy prices and prices on fertilizers, prices on all the other goods, by the way, right? On everything, basically, will jump up, and it is what it is. Eventually, these high prices will create a global recession, and only if this global recession is significant enough, only then maybe demand on energy will fail, demand on all the other goods that are related to energy will come down, and some balance will be found, and then prices on energy will drop below 100. But until then, it's gonna be high. So Russia will ban gasoline exports for producers starting April 1st, government announced following a meeting. Alexander Novak instructed, he's deputy of prime minister, right, Alexander Novak. So he instructed the Ministry of Energy to prepare a draft resolution banning gasoline exports from April 1st, 2026 in order to stabilize prices and ensure priority supply to the domestic market. The statement reads, currently, Russia only bans gasoline exports for non-manufacturers. For major oil companies, the restriction were lifted in January. According to Novak, oil producers confirmed the availability of sufficient gasoline and diesel fuel reserves, as well as high refinery capacity to meet domestic demands. Or if any issues with the domestic market, then I guess Russia will ban any export of any oil products, probably, to take care of our internal market. Now it's season is coming, right? One of the biggest buyer of this petroleum products will be agricultural sector, obviously, including gasoline, diesel, and gasoline, and so yeah, it does make all the sense to make sure that we're gonna secure our internal market first. And dear friends, there was another donation through PayPal a few minutes ago from Patrick, although Anna commented there that this is a different Patrick. Previous donation was also from Patrick. So this one different. Patrick, thank you very much, Patrick, for $25 donation. Appreciate your support. Thank you. And there is no comment to read, but thank you very much for your attention and support. And let me check the friends. So there was no super chat on Rumble. Let me check Boosty too. So nothing there, and I'm gonna check right now Patreon. Yeah, no new members on Patreon, which is unfortunate, but yeah, it is what it is. Dear friends, let me drop in the chat a link to my Patreon page in case you like real talk, in case you like my work, by the way, and my project, this small, tiny, independent media projector. Subscription on my Patreon will be a great deal of support, of course. I just dropped a link on in the YouTube chat, and I will do the same in the Rumble right now. And yeah, let's have a chat. Let's have a chat now, dear friends. A new segment is finished. I know I was a bit emotional, but yeah, I mean, it's Sunday, right? It's Sunday, so forgive me. Forgive me if I went too crazy during the news segment, but yeah, we all are kind of sick and tired of all this bullshit that is happening in this world, right? It's crazy, man. I will go to the top of the chat towards the beginning, and I will scroll through chat, and I will react on comments, by the way, that are either in capital letters or with capital Q, so that I will understand that this is directed to me. You can use, of course, the super chat feature on Rumble to support my work, to send any question or the comment, by the way, right? And also You can use PayPal and Boosty to send a question or to donate or to send a commentary. And so let's go. Really, Scooby is commenting, I'm not doing super chat anymore. Community got sick of me. No, community did not. I think community appreciates your activity, Scooby, absolutely. But I mean, you've been very supportive. You're very supportive with the super chat and otherwise. So therefore, it's expensive stuff, by the way, isn't it? To do super chat like every other day. So therefore, don't think anyone is annoyed by your activity. It's exactly the opposite, by the way. Actually, more members of our community are active, the better, isn't it? That helps. First of all, it's a communication. We are exchanging opinions, and also these comments helping. I think, I'm not quite sure about it, but I guess more comments are helping to reach, potentially to deal with the algorithm and reach wider audience. So in any ways, this your activity is helping, right? So thank you for that. Let's scroll now, and let's see if I spot her. NSPK is commenting, inaction or non-reaction from Russian side will always be considered as a weakness in the West. Inviting more, I agree with you, NSPK. I actually on the same page, and I have said that many times before, that I think with these restraint policies, and yet again, I understand that I only have information that is from open sources, and my judgment is based on this information from open sources, right? But nevertheless, while Russian president or Russian leadership have classified information, right? So therefore, they are in a better position to have a better understanding and to come up with a better policies. So therefore, maybe they have a justification for this restraint that we don't understand because we don't have knowledge about this additional information that is classified. So maybe in their calculations, it's a right policy, but we ordinary people that have access to only open sources, we are confused, right? We are confused. Here in Russia, many of us, right, are confused. And even outside of Russia, many people are confused. Especially nowadays when people see what Iran is doing, man, in terms of retaliation and what we do. And I know I was watching yesterday Duran show, by the way, and Alex Christopher and Alexander Kuri spoke about this topic. And Alexander made a good point that, well, there is a difference. There is many differences, obviously, but one of the differences is that Iran was openly attacked by US, right? And Israel. While in regards to Russia, US is maintaining plausible deniability. US, UK, France, Germany, Italy, all these, even Baltic Czechoslovakia, by the way, and Finland and Sweden, they are maintaining plausible deniability in their hands. They openly didn't attack Russia. And some might say because of this reality, Russian hands are kind of tied, that Moscow cannot strike on these NATO countries in a retaliation, because that would be seen as first strike, not a retaliation, but the first strike, right? Because openly NATO didn't attack Russia. I can see this argument, by the way. I can see logic behind this argument, but also a question is, do I care what the rest of the world will think about, or what Western ruling class will think about? International law is dead. International norms are dead. UN is a joke. All these international so-called institutions, it's a freaking joke weaponized against the humanity, I will argue. First and foremost by Western ruling class. So therefore, I can see that argument that NATO countries did not attack first, openly yet, although they are directly engaged in this war anyways. But I just don't care, man. We know they are engaged directly. Russian leadership itself has said that all these long-range attacks, for example, could not be done without direct involvement of their Western secret services, Western militaries, Western intelligence, satellite intelligence included, navigation, satellite navigation, flight path, targeting data, all this stuff. Nothing to be said about weapons themselves. I mean, all these long-range attacks, especially with missiles, are done with the Western weaponry, right? In terms of drones, one might argue that the regime has mastered production of certain long-range drones. Other parties being received by them from the West, but the Storm Shadow missiles, by the way, British Storm Shadow missiles, French Stealth PG missiles, US Attackams missiles, or anything that is launched by HIMARS. This is all our weapons that cannot be used without direct involvement of Western military. So they are involved, right? And I think we have every right to retaliate. And I personally don't give a damn what the rest of the world will think about. I just don't care, man. As long as we deter Western ruling class, that's good enough for me. I mean, US launched an unprovoked war against Iran together with Israel. And I don't think anybody in US or at least among ruling class there really cares about it, that they launch absolutely unprovoked war. While we were attacked by the West first in 2008, by the way, when they ordered Saakashvili to provoke a war, and he did. Then in 2014, when Western orchestrated coup d'etat in Kiev, right? And then since then, there was a constant war there. Many Westerners to nowadays have no freaking idea that this Nazi regime in Kiev that was installed by their US and their European allies were killing people in the Donbass since 2014, and thousands being killed and even more wounded. Many people in the West have no freaking idea. They think war started in 2022. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? But yeah, that's how it is. And I agree with you. Unless we retaliate and retaliate tough, we will continue to invite upon us more and more trouble. Because Western ruling class are gonna see this restraint as a weakness, and that's how they see it. Actually, I agree with you 100%. Michael Kennedy is commenting. I'm on Rumble at the moment. Thank you, Michael. I think I know your nick. I would not say it, but I think I know your nick your nickname on Rumble. I will drop now in YouTube chat again a link to Rumble, in case members of community would can go there for just to watch there maybe, or to, I don't know, use super chat or something. Thank you, Michael. It's a big help. Maybe some people might think it does not matter. It does, man, because maybe any like that video will have on Rumble, any comment, maybe that will be the one that will trigger algorithm to share the video with their bigger Rumble community. And maybe, I don't know, 50 people will subscribe, 50 new members will join community, maybe 100, right? How long it is now that none of my videos managed to break through shadow ban? It's many, many months, isn't it? I can't even remember when my video got like at least 10,000 views, for example. It's a long time. Usually my videos have how many? 2, 3, 4,000 views, maybe. And that means we are unable to break through shadow ban. And that is YouTube, by the way. On Rumble, views are significantly low, 200, 300, 400 maybe, sometimes 500. Usually that's the numbers there. I'm scrolling now, dear friends, faster. Looking for a capital Q or capital letters. Wow, there was a disconnector. Am I online? There was disconnect, by the way. And a question from unacceptable views. Why don't you hook up with Mark Sloboda and do weekly show with him? It should be pretty simple logistically. He is in Moscow. You are in the same time zone. Well, I wrote to Mark Sloboda once and asked for an interview once or twice. First time I wrote in Russian, and he didn't respond. At least on an email that I find of him, I wrote in Russian. Then after there was no response, I wrote in English, I believe, and he didn't respond. So, and he is not alone, by the way. I mean, I'm toxic right now, and for quite a while, because I decided that I don't do no interviews and stuff. I feel much more free to use whatever language I want, right? Just to be real, Sometimes you just have to keep yourself in certain like box, right? Because these languages can be insulting for these people and that language for that people. And if you go that way, then you should just shut the fuck up and just say nothing. Because there's always somebody gonna be freaking insulted. And it's all good, by the way. It is anybody's right to be insulted or to feel as humiliated or insulted or something. And it is my right to fucking say whatever I want and use whatever language I want, right? And people, I mean, my channel is already in shadow ban, so I don't give a damn if algorithm would not like it. And when it comes to community members that are actually watching my updates, well, they know sometimes I go crazy. They know me. I guess I'm so real, by the way, that I think many members of our community think that they know me actually, right? Because when somebody is real, you just can see it, you can feel it, right? And when somebody is playing, you can see that too. And so now I think there is about 1,000, 1,500 active members of the community that are watching my videos on a regular basis, maybe 2,000 out of 37,000. And these community members, I guess, are okay with me, right? They are here to just have honest conversation, really. I guess that's how it is. Members of community can explain themselves why they are watching my videos, why they are joining these live streams. you know. So now I'm toxic. I understand, and now I would. I mean, I have refused to go to give to go to other channels, right? And I'm not, also not inviting nobody because of that toxicity that comes with me, right? So I don't want to put anybody in a situation when their channel might end up in a freaking shadow ban because of my appearance, right? And you know how algorithms work, by the way. You might, I, of course, if I was invited in some of the channels, let's say, of course, I will use a very strict language. I would never allow myself to say anything that might jeopardize that channel. Never. On my channel, I can do freaking whatever I want. But nevertheless, algorithms know my freaking face, right? So if I appear somewhere, that channel might get a shadow ban potentially. I don't know how these algorithms actually work, but I don't want to be issue, right? So therefore, nowadays I would not even ask nobody for an interview because I'm too freaking toxic, I guess, right? My channel is in shadow ban, you know. So, but when it comes to Mark Sloboda, I try to establish contact with him. It was more than a year ago now, right? I try to, um, get in touch with some other experts out there, but yeah, they ignored me. So therefore, I said, you know what? I'm not even gonna try no more. Fuck it. That's it, man. Idea is a good one. I would like to do interviews, by the way, but I'm not gonna beg nobody for an interview, right? There is no way, man. If I send once, uh, if I ask once about interview, and if I was ignored, I'm not gonna ask again, man. Right? That's how it is. And right now, I wanna drop a screenshot of a donation, $3 donation. I guess it was a $5 donation, but PayPal talk rester. Oh no. I don't know how much PayPal takes, man. Really. Anyways, thank you very much, Sean, for your $3 donation. And from USA, Sean is a great show, one. I know you did not like their to snap, but I look forward your runs. Great content gets me hyped up for the change. Salute. Thank you very much, Sean. I know many members of our community find these runs entertaining, right? Life is too freaking fucked up anyways, right? So whenever there is some entertaining element in these talk shows, it's good. I myself are the same. If any author on any other channel goes for a rant, I can understand her. I can understand the person because we all are humans, man. And when you go for a rant, that tells me that you are real, man. You are not playing. And so, although there are many people that can actually, keep their cool, and I respect that too, man. I respect that too, absolutely, because everyone is different. Everyone is different, and as long as you're being honest with the community, you are good, right? That's the basically baseline. I mean, just be real, and then let the community decide. So thank you very much for your donation, and let me check once again here. Scooby, Scooby is commenting, I suggested to Levan to go to platforms that don't shadow ban. He just does not want to do it. It's not about does not want to do it, Scooby. I try to explain this situation. There are certain platforms that I just cannot use. I just cannot use, right? Uh, and one should keep in mind that, I mean, just to have a better understanding how this whole stuff works. Because I understand that community sees just like 1 hour, 1 hour and a half video, and you don't know what goes behind this process, right? And so, I mean, every single day, with very few exceptions, every now and then, I have to wake up 6:30, by the way, latest 7, right? And 7:30 max, I'm already here, one notebook here, another one. I'm through all the news, right? Reading what has happened past night to make sure that I'm not going to miss some major stuff. Simultaneously, I have to build a news program, right? Because usually first live stream goes 12, so I have to be ready. And until 12, by the way, that's how it goes. Then live stream starts. I have to do live stream, right? Usually it's 1 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes. After live stream ends, I have to unlist the videos on YouTube and Rumble, download this video from StreamYard, then upload this video on YouTube, on Patreon and Boosty, publish these links, original links from YouTube and Rumble, so that whoever wants to watch video on YouTube will just click there, open on YouTube. Who wants to watch on Rumble, click the link of Rumble, video opens there. But if you want to watch on Patreon, you have a video there too. It takes time, isn't it? After that, I'm trying to publish at least 1 or 2 short clips from a live stream on my channels, right? It's like I know many members might don't have time or just don't want to watch full show, right? And so I'm publishing at least 1, 2 short videos from these live streams, and also that's advertising too. Let's be real here, Badu. That's an advertising tool of the full show, because I'm dropping pin comment in which I'm explaining that if you want to, have access to full show, it's on Patreon and Boosty. So that's how it works, right? That takes more time. And then, unfortunately, with such a graphic that schedule that I'm doing now, I have no time, literally no time to do freaking walk and talk during the weekdays, right? Because to do walk and talk, it takes for me at least 3 hours, man. At least 3 hours to go in some place in the city, make a video, record video, come back, upload this video, and do all the stuff that is necessary, right? Minimum 3 hours, 4 hours, most likely 4 hours, right? I don't have that time, because after I published short clips, and simultaneously I have to do updates on Telegram channel, on Twitter X page, right? Because there are communities there too, 3,000 on 3,000 plus on each, right? So I feel obligated to put some updates there, to publish some updates there. And then I have to start building evenings live stream. That starts 9 p.m., right? Moscow time. And after that, after live stream ends, which is also 1 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, I have to do the same stuff. Download this video, unlist the video, download, then upload on Patreon and Boosty, then publish, and this original links and this and that. And if I'm not dead yet, maybe prepare at least short clip for the next day. It takes freaking, when I start at 7 or 7:30, I'm finishing my work around 12, man, at night. And you think I can find time to be active on some other platforms too? I mean, really, I can't, man. I'm barely managing to do what I'm doing already. Only exception is, okay, Friday is a bit easy because I don't do Friday evening live streams, and Saturdays sometimes I take day off. That's easy. But rest and Sundays it's a one live stream, right? Okay. But from Monday to Thursday, man, that's how it is. You start at 7:30, and you are doing some stuff non-stop until 12 at night. You know, I'm barely managing to do this stuff. And also Scooby commenting, he thinks Rumble is shadow banning him, at least according to what he said on many occasions. I think so, yes. Rumble is shadow banning my channel because channel reached 3,000 mark relatively fast, and after 3,000 it just almost stopped. It's just slow process, and it makes no sense. It just makes no sense, right? When everybody is talking about Russia, everybody is talking about this war and that war and Moscow, Russia, Putin, blah, 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 blah. And I am from Russia. I'm making news updates from Russia. And, you know, okay, out of 10 people, 9 might once watch my video and say, oh, this guy is too freaking crazy to me, so I'm going to skip, right? At least one person will say, you know what, maybe this guy is crazy, but he's saying some stuff here, sharing some news. That's interesting. It's original stuff. I'm going to stick around. But this is not happening. Most of the people that are active on my channels are members of community since, I don't know, for possibly years now, right? So when channels are not growing, that's a clear indicator that it's shadow banned. It is what it is, man. It's just shadow banned on both channels. And I can tell you in exactly when this extreme shadow ban started, right? Algorithm was never helpful because we should keep in mind that I am from Russia, right? My channel is from Russia. When I was, you know, if you check the this channel data, you will see it says channel from Russia. Algorithm knows it anyways, right? And Russian channels in general are either deleted or automatically shadow banned. In most cases, in segment of news and politics, if you are doing some comedy stuff, you might actually succeed. If you are, you know, good comedian, okay, great. You might not get shadow banned, by the way, but in this segment, news and political commentary, if you are not shadow banned, then questions will rise. Why? What's going on? I will have such a question. You know, if tomorrow someone created a channel in this segment from Russia, and it grow like 200,000, 200,000, 300,000 in literally a few months' time, I will say, you know, this is not something not quite right here. Some dodgy stuff is going on. Would not you think about that the same way? So yes, it's a shadow ban, man. What else it is? It's shadow ban. And Datsun is commenting, Levan, you are wonderful. Your work is important, and we appreciate you. Oh, thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you. Yeah, cool, nice. You see, you know, some people appreciate my work. Some people don't. But if channel was not in shadow ban, at least people will see it. But now even members of our community are not receiving notifications. I don't know, it was last week, I asked her, Anna, when she last time received notifications. She said she can't remember. And she is subscribed to my channel. She said she can't remember when last time she received notification about any updates on my channel. So Smokey Sally is commenting statement. Levan, another YouTuber from RU Center, Peter, he calls US subscribers his Belosovics. Levan, another YouTuber from Russia, I guess. Saint Pete, that's the name of the channel, I guess, or the probably. St. Peter, he means St. Petersburg. Maybe he is from St. Petersburg city. That's why it's such a name. He calls US subscribers his Belosovics. What do you think? Why are you gonna call your subscribers anything that will be questionable? That's what I think, man. You should be extremely polite to your subscribers, right? Without any names. But Belosovics, what that even means, Belosovics? Белые, ну, белые там, белогвардейцы, допустим. Because of their civil war, whenever there is some white something, it goes, you might associate that with the white army. Let's call it like that. White guard, Белая гвардия. Soviets, some people might call Soviets to people of Soviet Union. Belosovics, I don't know what he even means, man. I don't know. I never heard about this channel too, really. And Belosovics makes no sense, really. So if he is disrespectful of subscribers, just unsubscribe and that's it, really. But if he is not being disrespectful, but if he is not using this terminology in some bad way, then I mean, everyone has its own way to express it, himself or herself. I mean, right? So I don't know the person, so therefore I don't know what his attitude is. So I cannot tell you really anything. I myself, Belosovics, if I hear Belosovics, I will ask what that even means, right? What that is. So, I saw right there a comment. Comrade Sky is commenting, Levan, your channel, you do it in English. Why don't you do it in Russian? You'll probably get a bigger audience. Yes, I will get a bit bigger audience. I'm quite sure about it because there is a, massive wave of patriotism here in Russia and the nationalism, in a good sense, by the way, not in a Nazi way, but in a way that people are united, people are proud of being part of this civilization and stuff. And yeah, I can imagine that if I was in Russian, if I had the Russian language programs, I will reach out to very many people from patriotic community, and that's majority, by the way, here in Russia. So I can see succeeding in that field, but that will make me somewhat a public figure, right? I have explained this quite a few times before. If I had a Russian language channel, and let's say I have 30, 50,000 subscribers, maybe more, who knows? That will make me somewhat a public figure. And if you don't have this drive inside you to be public figure and to be seen as such, then you don't want to find yourself in such place, right? So therefore, I've been invited a couple of times in different Russian TV shows and stuff. I've said no, I'm not interested, politely, but I have declined. their offer, because that makes you a public figure, and I don't need that. From financial standpoint, that will be profitable, I guess, right? But money is not everything, isn't it? I spend a lot of time on this project, and therefore, obviously, I need to pay bills, right? I have to provide family. So therefore, of course, it does matter if this project has donations and support from the community. But after all, if I would prefer, and as I have done, by the way, I would prefer to go for some part-time job tomorrow for 5 hours, for example, and make a few bucks than be public figure, man. It's I don't need that. And English language programs, by the way, allows me to stay in this field of news and political commentary, in this field of journalism. This is not necessarily journalism is a classical understanding, but it's a citizen journalism. Let's call it that, right? I'm working with the news. This is a field that I grew up in, so I'm happy with this, right? I'm extremely grateful for our community for letting me do this, and I'm not a public figure. Same time, only once I was recognized, and even then, people that recognized me were bloggers themselves, foreigners, by the way, that are living here in Moscow and working here in Moscow. Never ever anybody from locals have recognized me, or probably no one even knows that my channel exists. There is a 1% in YouTube statistics, by the way. There is numbers always change, but about 1%, maybe 0.8, 0.5% of the views that are from Russia. And I think these views are coming from expats, right? From foreigners mostly. Maybe some embassy staff is watching every now and then. There is plenty of embassies, isn't it, here? But Russian public has no freaking idea about the existence of this channel, and this is cool with me, man. That's how I wanted. So, I understand from financial standpoint, Russian language channels will make more sense to succeed there as a business project, but I don't need no recognition, by the way. I want to feel free, right? So that's where I am on that. NSPK is also commenting, why does Russia keep selling uranium to the US? I don't know. I mean, you see NSPK on many topics, I guess we will find her coming around, because we have similar questions. So as far as I can tell, right? There are many policies that are adopted that are hard to explain. Yes, you can, one might say that, what, it's money after all, some millions being made. Industry is busy. One might come up with some other arguments that, we are preparing ground for possible future cooperation, and just we don't want to destroy all the bridges and stuff. There's always explanations, right? But whenever you go in that forest of all sorts of justifications, you are losing moral high ground, I think. And you cannot allow yourself to do so, my personal opinion. And we as a community, as a country, are losing moral high ground with such moves that maybe is justifiable. Let's say doing trade with NATO countries that are engaged in the war, in this proxy war against Russia. Maybe from some ways this is justifiable for some people, but I still think we are losing moral high ground, because money is not fixing everything, man. Money is just a, unfortunately, necessary negative component of this life. Necessary because that's how world is built, right? Maybe sometime in the future, humanity will reach level of development when we will need no money, right? We will just be responsible enough to be good for a community and to have what is necessary. But we probably right now, we cannot even imagine how that utopian society would look like, right? But nevertheless, we are losing high ground while selling uranium to US, directly or indirectly, some titanium parts of the planes that Boeing still continues to use to nowadays, right? I think Airbus continues to do the same, right? They get their titanium details somehow. We are selling, one of the biggest LNG buyers in Europe, Russian LNG buyers are French energy companies. We are still supplying these NATO member states. Okay, if we are supplying Slovakia and Hungary, by the way, those countries at least, recently Slovakia too, under the Ficus government. Earlier, that was a different story, but under the Ficus government, Slovakia is absolutely distancing itself from this war, right? And Hungary was always on that stand. So I am all good and understanding when we doing some business with those countries, with Serbia, of course, right? But France, when French Scalp-PG missiles are flying into Russian territory and killing Russian citizens, what is that? And yet again, there will be people that will come up with justifications, right? But I think this is wrong. We should not do business with countries that are engaged in a war with us, because we are losing moral high ground, by the way, while acting like that. So I don't know, NSPK, why we are still selling enriched uranium to US. But we do, which is unfortunate. But this is my personal take. I don't know what majority society thinks about it. Right? I have no study in my hands, but I personally don't support any business dealings with their NATO countries that are directly engaged in a war with us and directly engaged in the killing of the Russian citizens. All I would approve or support is to leave door open for social communication, social interaction between the people, ordinary people, right? That have nothing to do with this geopolitics and stuff. Just leave the door open so that people will communicate. But other than that, I think we have to demonstrate that, we are engaged in a war, right? And there are countries that are harming Russian people should definitely not receive energy from us, for God's sake, or anything for that matter. But yeah, I mean, this is like simple stuff for me personally. This topic is not that difficult to me personally. But yet again, you will find people that will justify this. And because Moscow continues to implement such policies, I guess Kremlin has also reasons or justifications for that kind of policy. Smoky Sally is commenting, Levan has a bigger audience on YouTube, although it is not allowed to grow because he is shadow banned. I mean, Yeah, unfortunately, when even members of our community are not receiving notifications about updates, members of the community, then uh, what percentage is there for a chance that my updates will be seen by people that are not subscribed, never have seen my videos? What is the chances that they will see my videos in a recommendation? Probably close to zero. And channel is not growing really. We are stuck for on 37,500. That's what YouTube shows me, anyways. We are stuck on that level for how many months now? At some point, and YouTube delays, by the way. I don't know, is it YouTube or people are unsubscribing really? But there is every day I notice there are waves. That's how it works. There's always waves, right? There is a weeks when every single day 20, 30 unsubscriptions every day, literally. And for a small channel, this is noticeable. Then numbers increase a little bit, and then freezes again, and same happens every day. 20, 30 people is unsubscribing, or YouTube is unsubscribing them, right? And then yet again slow growth, and that's why we reach 37,500. I don't know, twice now, 3 times. At some point we were almost we even reached 37,600 at some point, more than that. And then it drops. It did go 37,400 there, then we reach 500 again, and that's what is happening. Channel is just not growing. I'm not reaching wider audience because YouTube will not allow. Algorithm will not allow, and only way is if members of community will just share the links with their friends and let them know that there is such a channel out there. This is the only way, I guess. So thank you very much, Smoky Sally, for being supportive. Thank you. Maybe things will change, maybe algorithms will become a little less aggressive, but I don't think so. Yeah, I just don't think so. At least they are not blocking my channels, so okay. And you know what? Even in when me and Anna was talking about stuff, I was always saying that even years ago, 25 to 35,000, maybe up to 50,000. That's I think highest that I would like community to reach, channel to grow, because after that, channel is becoming too big maybe, and that might actually trigger algorithm to block it. But up to 50,000, probably algorithms are built in a way, programmed in a way that until 50,000 subs, they just shadow ban you and that's it, right? No one cares about you. You're just too small. Big channels, that's a different story, right? And there is no big channels from Russia, by the way. If you noticed, there is no big channels from Russia in this segment of news and political commentary. There is only a few channels left, actually, right? Only a few channels left. And when it comes to daily news update, I only know my channel. Stanislav Krapivnik is doing a great job. He has many different videos, interesting videos. You are familiar, dear friends, isn't it, with Stas Krapivnik? I think he is shadow banned too. I think he is shadow banned. His channel should be, I don't know, 100,000, 150,000 at least. Even bigger than that. But he's being shadow banned too. But his content is a bit different than mine. I'm news update, right? Mostly news and commentary, daily updates on that. He has a different approach, but nevertheless, both. I mean, there is not that many in this field, and yet again, Crap is shadow banned too, in my opinion. Nidish Kumar is commenting, Levan, do you mean gallium oxide radars? Well, that's too specific, Nidish. I cannot go in specific stuff, but when and Nidish is talking about latest radar developments in to deal with the fifth gen fighter jets. I cannot go into specifics because I'm not an engineer. In general terms, there is two directions. One is heat-seeking equipment and an equipment that tracks through heat. And I know there is specific terminology. I just cannot remember now that terminology. And the Russian planes, all of them are equipped, all latest, not just latest, by the way. Soviet Union even began adopting this system on the planes that are focused on heat tracking, right? On nose of their MiG-29 and Su-27, for example, even Su-57 has it, no? This oval stuff. That's an element of that system that is focused on a heat seeking, right? And of course, technologies have developed further than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago, obviously. That's one direction that tracks heat. And for that system, I mean, I might be wrong on that, but a couple of months ago, I have read an article that was suggesting that modern, allegedly, that's all speculations, by the way, because most of the information is classified, of course. But based on that article, if I remember correctly, it was either 40 kilometers or 40 miles. And it's a big difference, by the way, between kilometers and the miles. Miles is almost 2 kilometers, like 1.7, 1.8 kilometers. So I can't remember it was 40 kilometers or the 40 miles. If it was 40 miles, by the way, that's a tremendous distance, isn't it? And the talk was about, conversation was about this latest Russian equipment that is focused on tracking, detecting and tracking the hostile aircraft based on heat, right? So if it's a miles, by the way, that's a crazy distance, isn't it? That's a crazy distance, man. 40 miles, that will be like at least like 70 kilometers, correct? It's a big distance. Even if it's 40 kilometers, that's not bad too. That's also quite a good distance, man. And technology is developing. So one way is this heat seeking, another way is a long wave radars, right? Long wave radars, and all I know about long wave radars is that based from what I read, they have no issue with detecting the stealth planes. What issue is speed. These current long-range radars are massive, right? Massive radar stations, and they are a bit slow. They cannot provide, basically, that's the understanding, isn't it? Long-range radars of at least previous generation were unable to detect, track, and provide a firing solution in matter of nanoseconds, right? And when we are talking about interception, for example, that's what counts. You have to be able to do the stuff in a second, like that. And that was linked to the long waves themselves. That's how long waves do stuff, right? But lately, there are reports about advances in this new generation of the radars. I don't know from how those radars operating. All I know is there is advances in this field, and there is so much speculations on internet that latest Russian, even Su-35s, not just Su-57s, but even Su-35s being equipped with this new generation of radars that can track fifth-gen planes, like they do with their fourth-gen fighter jets. So, I mean, rest, I just cannot go into specifics because you have to be an engineer, and I'm not. Right? I just love military aviation, and whenever I come across any article about some developments, I'm not going to pass. I'm going to read it. I'm going to try to understand what's going on there. So, but still, I'm just as we say, любитель военной авиации. That means I'm just someone that likes the topic, isn't it, of military aviation, read some stuff. But of course, I'm not an expert of the field, never pretended to be one. So. Smoky Sally, Bolsheviks. That's what you mentioned. The author on some other channel that use specific name for his subscribers. Bolsheviks, Bolsheviks. I mean, Bolsheviks even makes no. I don't know, but if he is calling his subscribers Bolsheviks, why? I mean, I don't get it. I don't know. I know how I'm communicating with community, right? And I'm always polite and always grateful and thankful for being here, for this unique opportunity, by the way, that community give me, right? So I'm not gonna call no names to no one, by the way, right? So that's where I am, and maybe he's joking. Maybe this is there are different communities, right? In some communities, maybe there is some sort of joke language that is adopted by community, and maybe for them it's okay. All communities are different, isn't it? So, Bolsheviks, that sounds, maybe it's a Bolsheviks, right? Maybe that's the word that he's using, and if so, why are you gonna call your American subscribers Bolsheviks? I don't know. I mean, yet again, maybe they are just joking like that or something. No, he is proud to call us this one? I don't know, man. I'm just confused. Why? Yet again, if his intent to insult community, that's too bad. That's all I can say, because I never watched. I don't know context, right? If it's a joke. If he intends to kind of insult certain group of community, that's just too bad, right? So I don't know what's going on there. So I just cannot give you informative answer because I don't know. But I would not call no one no names here in community. Why? Just be nice, man. As long as someone, I mean, if one goes crazy and insults members of the community or me or anyone else from ordinary people, then I will block. I might respond in some strict language, but other than that, I just don't care, really. Anyone can share any opinion, and if it comes to public figures, I don't care 1,000,000%. I mean, public figures should know that criticism, or any kind of criticism, comes with the territory. You might think this is unfair. Okay, you have a right to think that way, but you are a public figure, so that's how it is. So just don't whine about. But I'm not gonna take no nonsense in regards to ordinary people, and we are ordinary people. So therefore, if anybody in the chat begins insulting members of the community because they disagree on something, then I will block that person. Other than that, I mean, just be nice to community, man, and they're grateful that because of this community you are in this field, you know, to begin with, right? So I don't know what that channel or the author on that channel is, from where he's coming from. I mean, what is, you know. Okay, YouTube channel is called Baklikov Life from St. Petersburg. I'm gonna check right now. Okay, I'll find the channel. Oh, it's 105,000 subscribers on the channel, so it's a big channel. And it's not about politics, right? It's more like a guide. That's a first impression. Like last video 2 weeks ago, early spring in Siversky of Leningrad region. There is a video before that 2 months ago, massive snowfall in St. Petersburg. I mean, how it does looks like it's a guide, sort of a, you know there is a channels that are traveling channels, right? Nature and that kind of stuff, architecture. That I'm even more confused now. Why would he use I mean, I don't know. Maybe he is not you know, maybe there is some misunderstanding or something. I don't know, really. You know. Nidish Kumar is commenting, Levan, I think we will be celebrating your daughter's graduation soon on your channel. Well, it's 2 years. No, it's relatively soon, yes, by the time flies fast, isn't it? So, yeah, in 2 years, daughter will graduate from university. That's a big deal, and maybe she will launch her own project. I don't know. It's up to her, really. But will be interesting if she will launch some media project, because yeah, why not, really? But it's too early. It's a second year yet. It's a second year yet in the university. So, but on the Patreon, by the way, me and my daughter, my older daughter, we had a few videos that we made together, actually, and community liked the videos, right? This format, when father and daughter talking about some stuff, news or some museum, just walk around the city. Members of community did like that format, but she's busy. I mean, constantly busy. And therefore, it's a rare occasion when we do some combined videos. But yeah, maybe in the future. Thank you, Nidish. So yes, 2 years from now, she will graduate, because journalism, faculty of journalism, it's a 4 years of study usually, and you can continue, of course, if you want to. If you want to become if you want to go in aspirantura, how you say in English, aspirantura, brother. If you want to continue and then, have a doctor status or something, you can do this, of course. But if you want to be focused on a profession, then, when I was finishing university in Tbilisi, I was asked if I want to continue, even though I think I was not really greatest student, to say the least, right? I was working there. All my teachers, they knew I was working even before I went to university. So they were kind of ignoring that I was, as everybody is in that age, by the way, a bit crazy. But I was a bit surprised, when on fourth year in university, in Tbilisi State University, by the way, I was asked if I would like to continue, if I would like to stay in university, continue study. And then, you are teaching younger students, and you are devoting your life then to scientific side studies, scientific side of this profession. And I said no. I said no, because I was working, by the way. I did not have the time for that. So, I had to work. But there is opportunity. So yeah, if you want, you can continue study. But if you want to focus more on work, you just continue to do it. You see, you like the channel, actually. I recommend it for anyone looking for nice people that like to see and learn about almost 200 cities in Russia. You see, you like the channel, so maybe maybe he means some positive stuff while saying such a red that I still don't understand what he's saying, but maybe it's a humorous stuff or something. But yeah, channel is about traveling, as far as I can tell. And yes, I mean, you already dropped, isn't it, name of the channel? So yes, dear friends, sir, there is a channel there. I can give you Batlikov drop.live, and there is a channel with the travels and Dear friends, thank you very much for your kind words. I see these positive comments from you, and sometimes I do highlight it, but sometimes I don't, because it's like, probably it looks strange that I'm highlighting comment which says some positive stuff about me. So thank you very much. I see your comments, dear friends, and I appreciate your kind words. Thank you. I remember workloader by an ANNG as is commenting. I remember you had a program with Christopher, but his target is different than yours, as we can see. Christopher is doing great job. Alex Christopher, one of the hosts of Duran Show, he's among, together with Alexander, of course, great leaders of the alternative media, by the way, I will say. There are many others, of course, but they are just doing wonderful, wonderful work. Big fun, by the way. And I was invited a couple of times there on those shows. Whenever Cristoforo is here, maybe he will come this summer also, and maybe I will ask for an interview, or maybe not, because of this toxicity of mine, right? Lately, I began thinking about it a bit more. And therefore, that element, by the way, that I'm toxic, so my appearance on other channels might create some problems for those channels, possibly, potentially, because algorithm does not care, isn't it? Algorithm has its task, and if this freaking face, my face in this particular case, is seen by algorithm as something that has to be shadow banned, then if I appear on other channel, then that channel might get smoked, right? So therefore, probably I would not ask for an interview if Alex will come around this summer. But maybe we will meet, just for a conversation without interview and stuff, just for a conversation. It's always nice to have a conversation with him, by the way. I met him personally twice. Great guy. What can I say, by the way? Absolutely great guy, real person. And it's always honor to have a good conversation about topics. Interview, probably not, but I will definitely contact him, and if he's in Moscow and if I am here, then it will be nice to have a little chat. But yeah, I mean, you cannot even compare our channels, by the way. Duran is a massive, Cristoforo's channel is massive, Mercursi's channel is massive. My channel, you cannot compare. You just, they are in a different league, right? They are in a premium league, and I'm and my channel is like a street football. If we are talking about in terms of football, let's say. Yes, they are in the premium league, and I'm playing football on the street. So you cannot compare it there. Compare us. Thank you. Levan, I suggested, Ramplens is commenting, Levan, I suggested many times about you opening the channel for the people of Georgia. You can get guests from there and help them open their minds in favor of Russia. Plus, it will be easier for you. In Georgia, in Georgian, I don't know, man. I went through so many troubles because of my activity as a citizen. When I was a Georgian citizen, by the way, me and my family went through so many troubles, by the way, because of the Georgia. That I'm not sure I really, want that or need that. When I was Georgian citizen, I did my best to be a good citizen, by the way. That's what I can say. And I don't know, man. People who know me, who actually know me, probably will say nothing bad about me. People that actually know me. I helped dozens of people to start their journey into this field of journalism, right? At some point in my career, I was in a position to help people to start work in this field. And it's not easy, by the way, right? When either you have to be very lucky, or you have to end up in a good situation in the right time, in the right place, in the right time, as it happened with me, by the way. For example, I was asked in university to talk to to help one of their students to find their job in a certain media outlet, right? And because I was already active in the journalism, I mean, I said, okay, I'll try. And I went to that media outlet, by the way, that I had nothing to do with. I was working in a different media outlet. And I went there, I spoke to editor-in-chief, to other people, and I asked that there are several people in the university, and would they be kind enough to give the chances to these students to come for a practice and learn something and be useful too, and all that kind of stuff. I myself is a student, right? I just I was on the second grade at that point, I guess, in university, but I already had like 3 years experience or 3 years plus experience. So and I was told, yes, bring them on, like bring those people, we will see. And the editor-in-chief, great person, by the way, great person. Unfortunately, he passed away many years ago, but very great person. Giulian Telao was the editor-in-chief there. It was a BGI news agency, by the way. Only all the journalists in Georgia remember or know about this agency, right? And it was #1 news agency in Georgia at the time. And as long as that agency was existing, it was a #1. Then at some point it transformed into Prime News, and Prime News probably exists to nowadays, but it's a whole different story. It's not BGI. BGI had a different spirit, by the way, right? Especially while Giulian Telao was alive, editor-in-chief. And well, he told me that, yes, bring those people, we will see what we can do. And if you want, you can work here too. You can start work here. And well, I was working in a 7-day at the time. There was a newspaper, 7-day. Also a leading newspaper, by the way, in Georgia. And I was thinking, I mean, really, how I'm going to manage this stuff? And eventually, I bring those students there. As I said, man, I helped dozens of people to start the job in the journalism. And I myself, at some point, went to that news agency and spent there many, many years. And I think even though I was already working and I had some little experience, I'm still like beginner, right? But I will say I learned a great deal in this profession exactly there during those years in the BGI news agency, right? And I like the format of the news agency so much so that I stay in a news agency for all my life. And most work that I have done was news agencies, right? And anyways, I went. Question was about different stuff, and I spoke about some. And so, yes, man, it's yeah, Georgia. I don't know, man. I don't think Georgian society needs my opinion, really. They will do great without me, for sure, right? So, I think our ways, Georgia on one side, me on the other side, our ways has separated long time ago, and they're better. We do not cross each other. Better if our ways don't cross each other. And I'm saying so from, and I'm sorry to say so, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. If current government of Georgia, by the way, actually was interested, this Georgian Dream Party and their people, if they actually were interested in the justice, right, they would investigate all the crimes that Saakashvili committed and his team, and they will find out about my situation too. Someone there should know about my situation, right? That my citizenship was taken away based on a fabricated data. Saakashvili's regime fabricated my personal data, by the way, right? Officially. and I have documents of that. They were so confident that they left paper trail. Usually when regimes commit crimes, all the orders are done verbally, and they are not leaving no paper trail. They are doing whatever they can not to leave paper trail, because they can be tracked in that case. But these Nazis, by the way, I call them a Nazi, Saakashvili's regime, right? They are National Movement of Georgia, United National, anyways. They were so confident that nothing gonna happen to them, no matter what kind of crimes they commit. They left a paper trail. So it's easy to actually understand what happened. And if this Georgian Dream Party was serious about justice, they would at least try to contact me and say sorry what Saakashvili's regime done, because that regime was operating under the Georgia's name, right? They were representing country, and my citizenship was taken away illegally, all right? But no one, they didn't, right? They did not contact, they did not say nothing. They don't care. And as of now, so many years has passed, by the way, no one even remembers that there was such a journalist there as LG. That's how I was known, by the way. Not as Levan Godadze, but as LG. Initials, right? LG. That's most of my news, whatever I have right, I was signing up as LG. And yeah, no one probably remembers that there was such person there, and there was some history and conflict with regime. So you know what? I also don't want to really remember too much. It's a painful, man. So no, thanks. I wish Georgia all the luck, but better I stay away, man. You know. And they're gonna do great without me, 100%. They don't need no opinions from Levan Godadze, man. Dear friends, how long is this live? It's 3.5 hours. Goodness me, man. It's a 3.5 hours, by the way. And oh, I see. I missed 3. Come on. I missed 3 super chats from Scooby and also Viper. Thank you very much for another gift of premium subscription. Let me highlight. That's your first. So this is first super chat from Scooby. Thank you very much, Scooby, for your super chat. And the $2 donation. And the super chat says, I have only been trying to support and help grow your community. I fear you are disdained for quoting if you try to shift it all into Patreon. You are destined to quit. Destined to quitting if you try to shift it all into Patreon. I mean, I'm not shifting everything to Patreon or Boosty. Live streams are here. Live streams are here, by the way, and videos after live stream ends, videos are unlisted but not deleted. And if you are a member of the Patreon, you just see the link there. You click that link, and video opens on YouTube if you choose YouTube, and video opens on Rumble if you choose Rumble. On top of that, I'm publishing short videos, isn't it? And Saturday, Sunday content is not unlisted. Saturday content stays public. So I'm not shifting completely towards Patreon and Boosty, isn't it? You know, I'm still here on YouTube and Rumble. And unfortunately, you know, we have to say it's almost impossible to grow on YouTube and Rumble. It's just almost impossible. When you are in shadow ban, by the way, that means even community is not seeing their notifications. If you are subscribed on YouTube, can you tell me when you last time received notification from YouTube? I don't know about Patreon, about Rumble. Maybe Rumble is sending notifications better than YouTube, but I know what I know, isn't it? We reach 3,000 relatively quickly, and then process just froze. Easy for there is no way to grow, no any further way to grow on Rumble. Easy for there are no people left on Rumble or something. Rumble has millions of users, tens of millions of daily users, right? It's maybe not as big as YouTube, definitely not as big as YouTube, but it's still a big platform. But video is not being shared in recommendations, right? So channel is not growing. Same can be said. YouTube is effed up big time, right? I'm telling you, I asked my wife when she received last time notification about any updates on my YouTube channel. She says she can't remember. She just don't know. Maybe, I don't know, 2 years ago or something, a year ago. So how channel gonna grow, really? So therefore, and same time, there is always this risk that my channels can be blocked on both platforms. Most likely on YouTube, at least first, but channel is not secure on Rumble too. And one way to stay in contact with the community is alternatives that I have. One is a Patreon, another one is a Boosty, Telegram channel too, right? And I'm not publishing full videos on the Telegram, but I'm publishing announcements on the Telegram and information whenever either a live stream is beginning or video is being uploaded or something like that, right? That's one way to ensure the project that even if Rumble and YouTube will go full crazy mode and delete your channels, you will still stay in touch with at least some part of the society, right? Community that appreciates your work. And you will continue to make updates for them and make, that's what else can I do, really? But I have no doubts that on YouTube and Rumble, my channel will not grow. Maybe once in a month, one video will manage to break through shadow ban, maybe, right? Or once in 2 months, but that's just a drop in the ocean. So I'm just maintaining I'm trying to maintain this project as it is, right? And stay in touch with the community that wants to hear from me. That's how it is. I don't really think that there is much chances to reach wide audience or grow channel bigger than it is now. Not happening, just not possible. But I would not say that I'm moving completely to Rumble. Scooby, I don't know, maybe you clicked twice there. There was two super chats from you with the same comment that I just read, but there is a third one Thank you very much for that second one. And there is a third one, by the way, that I'm gonna highlight now. So also Scooby is commenting. Thank you very much, Scooby, for another super chat. And also Scooby is commenting, Mercuris was wrong about Russian economy recently. What happens when you lower interest rate at 2% unemployment? Mercury was wrong about Russian economy recently. What do you mean, Scooby? I mean, what I cannot comment on that. What happens when you, and on the first half I cannot comment because I don't know what exactly you mean. Mercuris was whenever I have seen he's commenting on Russian economy, you know, he's always tries to be objective. So I don't know what you mean there. What happens when you lower interest rate at 2% unemployment? You are asking me what happens when you lower interest rates. Well, when you lower interest rates, there is always risk that will spike inflation. That will encourage banks to issue more. That will encourage people and also banks to, one side to take more loans, another side to issue more loans, and that on other side might put actually more pressure on the economy in terms of hiking inflation, because more demand, you might generate demand, higher demand, and if economy is struggling to catch up with demand, then prices go up usually. But on the other hand, what happens? On the other hand, I think central bank and financial bloc, economical bloc of the government was maybe too effective in terms of cooling down economy, maybe too effective really. Well, we might, as I have said many times already in my previous updates, this year we might end up in a recession, by the way, because these high interest rates of central bank, at some point it was higher than 20, by the way, 21, 22. I mean, I don't remember is it reached 22 also, but it was for sure 21, by the way. Now it's 15, which is also extremely high. By the way. I just checked their Patreon in case new members subscribe, but yeah, unfortunately no new members. 137 subscribers as of now on Patreon, and there are only 13 subscribers on Boosting. But yeah, many thanks to everyone, by the way, who supported and continues to support her, whichever way, of course. And so yes, I don't know if you are asking me or not, or what happens when you lower interest rate at 2% unemployment, or that will accelerate economy. That will put more pressure on inflation. That's on the surface, right? That might hit up the economy, but maybe we need this now, actually, because our economical bloc was so effective cooling in their attempt to cool down economy that we might end up in a freaking recession this year if something is not done to, shake up economy and push forward again, right? So just past week, I believe central bank dropped interest rate for 0.5%, and this is, I think, definitely not enough. Anything above 6-7% is extremely high, and definitely anything above 10% is just killing the economy. If you ask me, and I'm not financial expert, but if central bank has a 10% interest rate, you can imagine that commercial banks will at least double on that, right? So they will issue credits for 20%. And now you tell me, if you are a business, do you really want to take a loan under the 20% interest rate? No, it's too expensive. It's too expensive, right? So anything above 10% is I know it keeps inflation low and stuff like that, cools down economy, but probably we had enough of that stuff, right? We need acceleration now, and therefore I don't know, maybe before end of this year, central bank will actually drop interest rate below 10%, maybe, to accelerate economy. But yet again, I mean, about first part, I cannot comment because I don't know what you mean, Scooby. And Viper, thank you very much again for thank you very much, Viper, for a gift of premium subscriber, and also Scooby. Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, I mean, what happens when you drop interest rates? Yeah, that's what happens. Inflation will increase because you are stimulating economy, and if economy is not ready to match demand, then you are in trouble, right? Then you have overheating again and inflation. But yet again, I'm not financial expert, so therefore, I think I would say Mercury knows much more about economical stuff than I do, because I think he has a prior experience in this field, right? So Smoky Sal is commenting. Sorry, I'm not complaining. Just wanted to hear what you think. Yes, no politics on his channel. Travel. I'm gonna subscribe on his channel right now, and I did, by the way. I subscribed to the channel, and I will watch. It's in English, right? It's all in English, so great. And if he means Bolsheviks, then maybe he's saying this in a jokerly manner. God knows what he means by this, or maybe it's some other word. But if you are not familiar with the Russian, you might hear it differently, because there are different words, isn't it? And you have to know Russian to understand what is the context, or is it seriously said, or it's a joke, or what it is. So I also struggle to understand if he's saying Bolsheviks, then I don't know. I mean, maybe he's joking like that, maybe, or maybe he's saying just different word that sounds kind of similar. Sashki is commenting. He was saying that Bolsheviks are in control, maybe because he finished with the question mark. Bolsheviks in US. He was saying this about US followers, right? So I will say, I mean, maybe he meant that Bolsheviks are actually now in charge in the West. And if that's what he means, although his channel is not political as far as I can tell, it's about travel. So therefore, maybe we are missing the point here. But if anyone says that nowadays Western world is controlled by Bolsheviks, in some sense, I will say yes, man. Not necessarily in the same sense as Bolsheviks during the revolution or shortly after, but Bolsheviks, when there is a certain group of people in power that force everyone else to obey, even if this certain group is not necessarily majority, although word Bolsheviks are coming from Bolshe, which means more, right? Bolsheviks like majority, sort of, right? Although in reality, yet again, man, it's not necessarily has to be the case. And I don't think Bolsheviks were majority when all that story started, but eventually, yes, they become sort of communists eventually, right? And some might argue that Bolsheviks and communists are different and stuff, even, right? So, Polk is commenting, Callas is stunning and brave. I'm not talking about her visuals, by the way. I don't care, really. Maybe she is brave too. I mean, who knows? Maybe she's braver in life. I don't know. I would not say nothing about that too. But when it comes to intellect, yeah. Yeah. When it comes to intellect, then I have some questions. And she's not alone. I mean, her predecessor, former #1 diplomat in EU, was also not really a genius, isn't it? And I was saying that this is a shame that these people are representing EU diplomacy on the world stage, but I mean, that's how it is, actually. So what are you going to do? You see, Viper is helping again, big time. Thank you very much, Viper. Thank you very much. Viper is commenting on Rumble. Leave a message in the chat and receive a free month of a premium Rumble subscription. Help Livan. And this is a help, by the way, to my worker, to this project, because every premium subscription is that Viper is gifting to a member of community, is a $5 donation to the channel, to this project. And it is also worth noticing that when Viper is gifting premium subscription for that $5 donation, most will actually end up on account for whenever there is a premium subscription gift. Author of the channel will receive at least 90% of their amount, 95%. If it's a super chat, then this number drops to, I don't know, 65% maybe, because Rumble and any other channel, by the way, takes about 35% of all the donations that channel receives. That's how it is, and those businesses have to make some money, so therefore that's their work since forever, and there are no complaints, right? But just to know, if you are planning to make channel, don't be surprised if you get let's say $10 donation and you will only receive 6 or 6.5, because channels take rest, projects, platforms take rest. But if it's on Rumble, I don't know what kind of what is this. Why it's good for authors, obviously. That Rumble only takes, like, I don't know, man, few percentage and most of the sum will end up on an account of the channel, and then subsequently you can take it out, right? So yes, thank you very much, Viper. And well, because of this support from Viper, let me, by the way, drop this Rumble channel, link to Rumble channel in YouTube chat. And was there? And there was another super chat on Rumble, by the way, from Scooby. Let me highlight. Thank you very much, Scooby, for another super chat and $2 donation. And Scooby is commenting, a few months ago, Russian oil revenues are only a small part of economy, so sanctions don't matter. Now, well, actually, it's still the same because many people don't know that with oil, by the way, there is a thing. We have a national wealth fund. That's the correct translation, I would say. Most of the oil revenues, many people don't know, maybe even in Russia, but definitely outside of Russia, that no matter how high oil price is going to go, by the way, only certain volume is going to end up in a budget rest. And this is by law. This is by law. No matter how big deficit is in a budget or how small, or maybe it's deficit whatsoever, but most of the money going to go anyways into this sovereign wealth fund. So now, when Russia makes more money, obviously, due to high oil prices, budget will get whatever was planned, budget to get. Same amount will go to the budget, and all the extra, by the way, going to go into that sovereign wealth fund, right? And then use, I don't know for what. It's up to government, right? But most of the money will not end up in the budget. It does not work like that. Oh, oil prices are on $200 now, and so we will have 100% deficit in the budget. No, this money will not end up in the budget. Most will go into this sovereign wealth fund, right, which has several hundred billion in it, and together with their gold and foreign currency reserves, this safety cushion, financial safety cushion of Russia is about $1 trillion. Many people don't know about that too, that Russia actually has this safety cushion, right, which is about $1 trillion. Combined, all the funds, by the way, there are several funds, right? There is a gold and this foreign currency fund. There is a national wealth fund. There is some others, right? If you combine all this stuff, you will get $1 trillion or even higher, actually, safety cushion. So, yes, Russian oil revenues, by the way, I spoke about it quite a few times. Maximum what Russian budget is getting from oil sales, energy sales, not just oil, but oil, gas, etc. From energy sector is maximum is about 25%. In reality, it's about 18 to 22, right? Depends on the year, depends on many different nuances. And now you look, about half of this money is coming from internal market, right? Many people are forgetting that Russia is not selling all of its electricity, all of its gas, all of its oil somewhere. About half of it is stays here because this is 150 million economy, right? We need gas, we need electricity, we need oil. There is a petrochemical industry, gas chemical industry. We use a lot of this stuff. And about 50% is going for export, right? I'm giving approximate numbers, by the way. If you want, I can dig in, check, next community chat, I can give you exact numbers. Approximately 50% it stays here, 50% goes for export, right? And so let's say 25% of their budget is, let's say, maximum, right? That's a very maximum. So let's say 25% of income in the budget related to energy sector. Now, from this 25%, we have to do minus 50%, right? Because 50% is actually taxes, tax revenues from Russian economy itself. So we do minus 50%. It will be 25 or 12.5, right? 12.5% now is related to exports. And then when it comes to exports, about 50% of Russian energy goes to China. Right? And China has no care about US sanctions, EU sanctions, these sanctions, that sanctions. China buys Russian energy no matter what, right? So from this 12.5%, we have to do minus another 50%, approximately, that goes on for China, right? And we are left with what? 6 point something, right? 6.5, let's say, percent. Then we have to keep in mind that other countries, despite all the sanctions, were still buying Russian energy, Russian oil and gas. Even in Europe, by the way, France is, and was at least until lately, one of the biggest buyers of Russian LNG. So what I want to say is, if you calculate everything, by the way, right, you will find out that all this freaking noise that is made in the West about Russian energy and stuff is just a freaking noise, and don't really impact Russian economy in a way that it was painted in the West, that if you block this and that, Russian economy gonna collapse. What gonna collapse? What are you talking about? Russian budget is, yes, formally it might sound big, like 18 to 22, up to 25, let's say max. But if you actually go into details, you will find out that, well, I mean, in reality, when it comes to export, right, this number is significantly smaller compared to overall. And especially when it comes to not just export, but if Russia would not be able to sell. As long as Russia can sell, by the way, it still makes money, right? That's also another issue. And there was no situation in here when companies were saying, I mean, we have so much oil and we cannot sell. There is no one wants to buy because everybody is afraid. There was no such a point, by the way, ever, right? So this is all noise that is made in the West, that, we're going to sanction Russian energy and this and that. Yeah, they did. And so what? And now they are unsanctioning Russian oil, which is ironic, isn't it? So yes, Russia is making big buck now due to this hike in oil prices. But yet again, as I said, we're going to have a deficit in the budget anyways, because most of this extra income that Russia has due to high prices will go into sovereign wealth fund, not in a budget, but in a wealth fund, right? And when it comes to budget, by the way, it's up to government to deal with the situation in such a way, and they will have to borrow, obviously. We have how much? About 2 trillion deficit, 1.5, 1.8 trillion deficit in the budget. And yeah, government have to somehow deal with the situation. Probably they will have to borrow money, on internal market, not necessarily on international, but on internal market, or we have to do some cuts in expenses. Maybe we will have to raise the taxes. Recently, there was a situation, by the way, when Russian president was meeting with their industrialists, right? With big business, and here in Russia, speculations began straight after that. Allegedly, Kremlin demanded from businesses to voluntarily allocate some money for in favor of state, voluntarily, to support the state. And one businessman even went to actually allocate 100 billion rubles, which is $1 billion, about $1 billion, by the way, more than that bit. And of course, other businesses will follow. Other businesses will follow, and this was done according to rumors in Russian segment, by the way, if you are interested in internal some nuances. And well, this was basically a deal between the government and the business, that either we have to raise the taxes despite this freaking hike in oil prices. Because as I said, okay, even if oil goes up to freaking $200, most of this extra money will have to go anyways into sovereign wealth fund, right? Not in the budget, but in the sovereign. This is law, by the way, right? This is law. That's how it is. And so there was this meeting between the Kremlin and their big business, and sort of agreement that, guys, either you for many years, you guys made a tremendous wealth, billions, and you all are freaking billionaires here, right? All of you. This is my interpretation, right? Of course, they use different language, but that's how I understand. So that's the deal. You all get extremely wealthy. Good for you, good for us, good for everybody. Economy is doing well, more or less, right? You are employing so many people and stuff. But now we have a situation here. Either we have a deficit in the budget, so either we have to hike the taxes, and you're not gonna like that. Or, by the way, will be nice if these big businesses will donate some stuff, some assets to, not assets, some cash, by the way, right? To state to help out a bit, right? And as I said, man, one businessman went straight away, one oligarch, I would say, straight away said that yes, I mean, he's ready to voluntarily donate kind of 100 billion rubles or something. Okay, others will follow, by the way, and that's the deal. That's how business is done here in Russia. By the way. I know this is not the necessary right way to do business, but at least it's honest, man. Government went to business and said, either we have to hike the freaking taxes to deal with the deficit and whatever, or you just help us out. And you are benefiting, isn't it? You are benefiting for cooperation with the government anyways, because there is so many projects that are financed by partially you, partially government. And so you're going to do good anyways, right? So you help us out, eventually you will make even more money in the future. And this is true. This is true, by the way, right? It's normal stuff here in Russia when there is massive projects that are done together with the private business and the state, right? And especially risky businesses, by the way, when there is a high risk, government is in, right? And this gives a reassurance to the private business that no matter what, project gonna succeed, right? Project gonna be complete, finished, and then all gonna be good. And so, yes, I mean, some might say that's a controversial way to do business. Yeah, maybe, but it's an effective one, right? It's an effective one. It's an honest one. Either we will hike freaking taxes or just help out their country, by the way, right? in which you are and making your freaking billions and billions. It's honest attitude, honest approach, right? And these rumors, these speculations that are circulating, once again confirming what I just said in regards to oil, isn't it? That yes, oil might go freaking 200 plus, and so what? Most of the extra money that Russia will make will end up in this wealth fund, right? Which is good, of course, great, but this would not actually help out government in immediate issues that government is facing. Let's say deficit, for example, in the budget. It will help out in some ways, in some other ways, but you're not going to use this money to cover the deficit. It's not going to happen like that. So, I mean, Russian economy is much more complex. As I said, man, it's much more complex, much more advanced than many people thinking, especially in the West, because Western propaganda was, for so long, by the way, focused on, yeah, Russia is a freaking gas station, no, nothing serious. They cannot build nothing. They cannot do nothing. They only have oil and gas. And unfortunately, this decades and decades and decades longer propaganda brainwashed so much people that many probably to nowadays, not probably, for sure, to nowadays, are thinking that all Russia is a gas station and that's it. And because of this propaganda, there is so much noise about energy sector in the West, right? Western ruling class is kind of hostage of its own propaganda. They share this, they paint this narrative of Russia being a gas station for so long that now their anti-Russian moves are all connected or mostly connected, or the propaganda are also connected with this topic of we have to block Russian energy and oil and gas and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and but Russia going to collapse. They themselves began believing in this crap that they pushed over the public, which is crazy, man, which is crazy. And so oh, seriously? Workloader by an ANG, Levan, law is not exister anymore, really. For example, in Poland, you can have a life sentence for disinformation and the government telling what's true. Seriously, man. What's up in Poland, by the way? I mean, are these so-called elites, they're completely nuts? Oh, probably they are, man. Maybe they are taking example from UK. And in UK, by the way, people actually being jailed, arrested, harassed, jailed for freaking tweets and their posts in social media. Who gives a damn, man, what writes what? It's a social freaking media, right? As long as you are not committing crime, not inciting violence against these people and that people, and and you understand this is a crime. You cannot go and call for violence against certain groups of people because this is not normal, first of all, and in Russia that's a criminal offense. So you will get arrested for that. Probably you will pay fine, and you will be freed. If you repeat this several times, eventually, judge might say, you know what, this is nuts, man. So I'm gonna send him for freaking, I don't know, 3 months or 5 months into jail. So let him think more. But initially, you will get fined, probably. In the West, nowadays, anything is offensive. Recently, I was watching, I can't remember what show it was. And person woman was arrested because in a private conversation with her friend, she used certain language that was found offensive by certain groups of people. What the fuck, man? She was talking to her friend and used some language. It's a private talk, right? Private conversation. And she was jailed, I believe, for that. She spent actually some time in prison. And I believe she said some word that is in the West now offensive in regards to LGBTQ people, right? And she was jailed for. It's crazy. It's crazy. So maybe Polish leadership is taking example from those, man, from British elites, because it's insane. Here in Russia, by the way, you can say whatever you want as long as you are not inciting violence, as long as you are not actually not committing crime. By the way, you can say whatever you want. Just remember that you might. Life is life. You might insult someone. That someone might then come to you and smack your freaking face, smack the hell out of you. And then you should not go to police, man, right? I think, because you provoked the guy, right? So if you say some shit, then be ready to stand on your words, right? And then don't chicken out. Correct? Otherwise, because there are some people, man, on internet, they are all freaking brave and, that type of people, man. They are all crazy and stuff, and they might say some shit that will trigger some person. That person will go there, smack the freaking hell out of that individual. And eventually that person that was triggered might end up in a jail for beating up this shit, man. This piece of garbage. So shit happens. But yet again, it's, you see? Susan Dragon is commenting, I'm subscribed on your YouTube, but never get your shorts. I have a very small number of shorts, really. Short videos, you mean? Okay. I'm trying to make short videos after every live stream. But you see, that's what's going on, really. Thank you for telling me, Susan. As I said, I asked her like last week, that was just recently. I asked Anna when she last time received notification, and she kind of did not even react to it. We all know channel is in shadow ban, and barely 1% of community gets notification. Thank you for letting me know. Schoolboy is also commenting, my super chat is about exactly that. If he reads it, Mercury thinks Russia has room to utilize monetary means of expansion. They clearly don't. Any economist knows it. If you mean that we are short on a workforce, and any stimulation of the economy will quickly overheat the economy, and that will create a lot of issues on its own. I think, yes. Hardly this can be disputed. We are short on workforce, by the way. Unemployment is historically low. And and that's why there's constant flow of migrant workers or work migrants from different countries, first and foremost from former Soviet Union. But even then, you know what? As it is the case in the West, here too, there is a significant part of society that is not happy about this influx of migrant workers. And you know how it's done all over the world, isn't it? Whenever some migrant commits some crime, then there are certain groups that will use this to push some extreme ideas, right? They are making some points for themselves while simultaneously kind of radicalizing the public that are listening to them. And unfortunately, that kind of stuff is so effective that at some point government, just recently, by the way, government had to crack down big time on this process of this influx of migrant workers. And there is objective issues too, by the way. I'm not saying that there is no issues in this matter. It is. There are many people that are coming in to work with the wrong attitude. With wrong attitude, by the way. If you are coming to Russia, you know what? Please have a respect to local traditions, local law, right? Just be respectful and learn at least on some level language, right? Would be helpful. That's all it is, man. Just be respectful, you know. And among this massive in this massive influx of migrant workers, not everyone had this correct attitude. And I think this is correct attitude. When you are going, if I'm, tomorrow offered some contract, let's say in Serbia. Serbia is a friendly nation, so I will have no issue to consider moving to Serbia, let's say. And if there is some offer from Serbia, let's say, right, to come there, work there, right, and there is good opportunities, I will consider it. And if I go, by the way, once I will arrive, of course, I will be extremely respectful to local law, obviously, culture, traditions. I will try to learn the language as fast as I can, because that's also demonstrates your integrity. I will act in a way that everyone will, who will know me will say, you know what, that's good, man. That's, this guy come from Russia, and look, his attitude. That's correct attitude, right? You have to be positive and leave positive expression on the people. That's correct way to behave. But unfortunately, not everyone that comes to Russia to work and to seek for opportunities have this type of correct attitude. And that's the issue, right? That's the issue. And so, yes, I mean, we are in a situation in a ways because we need more workforce. For sure, we need more workforce. But this process is not difficult, politically unpopular, as it is the case all over the world, right? And so, yes, I mean, if I understand your comment correctly, I see what you mean, that kind of central bank is in a corner, sort of, because if they drop interest rates rapidly, if they incentivize economical growth, let's say, through different tools, right? And they have a lot of tools, economical block. Then we will end up in a situation when the economy is kind of overheating again, because we are generating demand, right? And supply may not be on the same level. And to make sure that supply is on the same level, we need more people in economy, right? More workers, more workforce. And we just don't have it. So we are stuck in this sort of a spiral, and yet again, I'm not an economist, isn't it? And economists will explain the stuff better way, of course. And I don't know if Mercury thinks that Russia has a room to utilize monetary means of expansion. Then yet again, I think he knows much more than I do in economical stuff, right? So why he is wrong, I don't know. It's always about like specifics, isn't it? Details. I think Mercury knows about economy much more than I do, so therefore, I'm a journalist, by the way, and when you are a journalist, you have to. That's what's up with the journalism, man. You have to learn as much as possible about everything. I mean, that's what journalism is. You have to read as much as possible about as much as possible topics, because more you know, more chances are that you will do a good job to transfer information from the source to the public. That's what you do, basically. That's what journalists do. They transfer information to public, right? And the better knowledge you have, fundamental knowledge first and foremost, better you're gonna do in this transfer, right? That's all, really. So therefore, you're gonna come across journalists that are, not really experts in anything, but due to profession, have to have some knowledge about a lot of freaking things. And on the surface, it might look like we are experts in some field, but we are not actually. We are not an expert. We did not spend 4, 5, 6, 7, and many more years in universities to become experts in that specific fields, right? And that's why we are journalists, and economists are economists. We should be good in transferring information from source to public. We are servants of the public. That's all we are, really. And just because we can talk about many topics does not make us experts in anything, man. And that's why I always highlight that no one should think that I'm a freaking expert in anything. No. Andal is commenting, why not start a web page where people can make contributions that don't give money to Google? I don't know how to do this. Andal, sorry. I just don't know how this can be done. If you mean a page on, let's say, Buy Me a Coffee, for example, unfortunately, there is certain programs like that, certain services, Buy Me a Coffee and so on. I used to have a page on Buy Me a Coffee like 3 years ago now, and then they blocked my page, and they sent me a letter that they are blocking my page because I'm a Russian citizen. They literally write this in a letter, by the way, which is insanity, right? You are basically, that's a crime, isn't it? You cannot do segregation. You cannot do something and then justify this with segregation. We are doing this because you are a Russian citizen. Are you crazy? But anyway, since then, I believe there was a change in administration on Buy Me a Coffee. And what happened is that they changed partners in a business. There was a possibility to use PayPal, for example, to withdraw funds from their Buy Me a Coffee. Now there is only Stripe. You can use only Stripe, I believe, to withdraw funds from Buy Me a Coffee when community donates you. And Stripe does not work in Russia. Stripe does not work in Georgia. And therefore, I don't have it. Neither me, neither my wife. We just don't have it. So even if I will make an account now on buy me coffee, I would not be able to withdraw funds from there because I just don't have Stripe. And if you mean to build some separate website, I just don't know how to do this. As simple as that, man. You know. Dear friends, this live stream, maybe we have a record here. It's 4 hours 24 minutes right now, and still 84 members of our community are online. After 4.5 hours, 82 now are online on YouTube and on Rumble. 21 of us are online. Thank you all, dear friends. Thanks to everyone, of course, who joined this live stream and maybe left already. Many thanks for attention, of course. But I think, yeah, we have a record, 4.5 hours. For God's sake, man, that's quite a lot. Am I talking proper English still? Because you know, when there is long live streams, after a certain point, you might get so tired that you are kind of like a zombie, man. And so hopefully my response is good enough. My language is hopefully good enough. Workload by ANG is commenting. Levan, do you know Piakin and Kob? No. I mean, I don't know. Piakin and Kob is a channel or personality, maybe some public figures. Kob, is it a channel or something? I don't know. I don't actually. Or I don't understand the question, so therefore I cannot answer. Nidish Kumar is commenting, Levan, dropping interest rates causes depletion of currency value. If you have high inflation rates, I don't know its impact on the stock market as Russia is under heavy sanctions. Thank you for sharing, Nidish. Yes, I understand that lower you make interest rates, you are kind of depleting your currency. But on the other hand, I mean, 50% of interest rate that we have right now is just too freaking high, isn't it? It's just too high because 50% is a central banker, commercial banks will issue credit. If you want to take a loan and if you're being granted one, interest rate will be 25 to 30%, which is insane, which is just insane. I mean, it's just too expensive. It's just too expensive. And yeah, I mean, something has to be done. Interest rates has to drop, but same time, as Scooby pointed out, okay, you drop interest rates, that will stimulate economy, that will stimulate spending, right? Increase demand. And if you are unable to balance that out, you're going to end up in an overheated economy again, when your economy would not be able to produce as much as there is demand. And to produce more, you need more people. You have to modernize the economy in every way possible, right? Automatization or AI or whatever. You have to increase effectivity of the companies on one hand. That will free certain number of workforce, of course. Then those people have to, and you have to help those people to get qualification, maybe new one in a new field, to rejoin the workforce, right? To rejoin the economy. Maybe that's the way. And there is another way to just bring in more people to work. But that's politically unpopular stuff in every country, right? In every country. Russia is no exception. So, you know. Also, Nidish is commenting, Levan, can you find out how much money does Russia put in the stock markets of different friendly countries? Friendly countries, I don't know, but I believe hundreds of thousands of Russians, hundreds of thousands. I just forget approximate number, but hundreds of thousands of Russian citizens have had investments in the West, and their investments were frozen too, together with the Russian assets, right? Lately, I have heard that some 70% of Russian private investments were unfroze, allegedly, in the West, but I'm not quite sure is it true or not. That's the Western, when it comes to investments in the Western, in developed economies, let's say, right? When it comes to friendly countries, yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna try to find out, yes, details, how much volume of Russian investments, let's say, in top 5 friendly countries, China, India. I mean, I believe there was a significant Russian investments in Gulf monarchies, especially in UAE. I can imagine that. So I'm gonna try to find out numbers. So during the next community chat, just remind me, Nidish, and probably I will have some numbers. So Russia, China, India, Gulf monarchies, UAE first and foremost, because Serbia is a friendly, and there are many citizens of Russia there. Maybe investments are also significant in local market. Maybe I try to find out, Nidish. Putin said, Smoky Sally is commenting, Putin said that her surplus will be used to pay down country's debt. Maybe. At least some part of this surplus will be used to minimize the debt, which makes sense. But yet again, this money not going to end up in the budget, right? So if anybody was thinking that, well, now Russia gonna has a deficit in the budget, no, it does not work like that. The government have to deal with the deficit in any way is necessary, but the surplus will go for whatever. But you cannot abuse this extra money just to close the holes in the budget. No, you have to run the economy in a way that you have no deficit in the first place, which is not really that easy. Almost all countries have a deficit in the budget, but nevertheless, right? So I guess some volume of that money will be used, that extra money that country is getting now due to high energy prices will be used to pay down to bring down debt, national debt. Good. I mean, that will ease overall pressure on country, of course, right? Especially in the long term, in the long run. So Dear friends, I think it is time to end the live stream. Um, Dear friends, I'm quite sure I missed some of the questions that were directed to me. My apologies for that, but I tried. I tried my best to be engaged there in the chat and to be informative in my response. Thank you all for your attention, for your support. If I may, I will end live stream. We definitely have a record, by the way, 4 hours and 35 minutes live stream. That's quite something, really. And so I can imagine my face should look like tired. Okay. Thank you all, dear friends. Have a wonderful day. Take care and see you tomorrow. Bye for now.